Sit down. How are you? Hello. There's a strong wind today, guys. It's very windy outside. So if you hear weird sounds, it's because the wind is very strong. Actually, I'm worried for my new windows. We installed them this week, or was it on the weekend? I believe it was on the weekend. They are brand new, and it's like they are installed, but there's no like we don't have like the protection. It doesn't have a protection, the window, the glass. So I'm a bit worried that this wind is going to shake a bit the windows and the ceiling, like not the new one, but oh my God. We just gotta catch a break. First, we had a lot of mosquitoes coming back, and now the wind is just in the front of my house. Like we have like, oh my God. So if you see me run away, it's because something happened and I have to go and check. Do you have tornadoes there? No, we don't. Thank God we don't. But we had been experiencing some very fast winds and storms that we had never had before. So I believe we had the same situation on February, like at the beginning of the year, and it was very it definitely it destroyed a lot of buildings, houses as well, and you know, these are the kinds of things where probably because we are not used to having these situations, we are not prepared. We don't know when it's going to happen. Like I'm sure that we don't know neither, but probably what happens is that, you know, when you own a house, the house, it can be old, it can have its, you know, its sort of like vulnerabilities in the construction, or it can be brand new and maybe the materials are too thin. So there's the potential danger of these winds taking something away. So, and we don't know how to approach the situation, you know, because we are not used to dealing with this. Like, thank God we don't know, we never experienced like a sort of earthquake as well, we don't know. I know people in Chile, they have earthquakes very often during the year, I believe. But here we don't have that. But nevertheless, when these strong winds happen, like we are very afraid because we don't know, you know, what part of your house or the building it can affect. And it's not raining. It's not raining. Actually, the day is very clear. Like the sky is very clear. Hello. But yeah, it's strange to feel like the wind is so strong that it makes everything shake. Like there's a lot of things going around. For example, I had like a plant in the hallway, and it was just it fell because of I guess the wind. It's it's too strong, and I had to put it like somewhere else. But yeah. But if the connection cuts, guys, that is the internet problem. How are you guys? Today I have a lot of people. Thank you so much for the recommendation, guys. But yeah, for people that recommended more than one, I want to let you know that I'm going to pick one of those people. Like, I'm not going to read everyone because, for example, for 17, I sort of made, because there are so many, I made an exception, and I chosen, out of all the members, I chosen 3. That they were the members that were mentioned more frequently by different people. Then from EXO, I also picked 2. And from Treasure, I also picked 2. And the Boys, I also picked 2 members. But yeah, for 17, I picked 3. And then I have TVXQ Yunho, and I have Kim Jae-joong. That Kim Jae-joong is a former TVXQ member. For 17, I have Jun, Hwan, I have Sunwoo, and Mingyu. I'm sure it's Hwan, not, I don't know why I want to say Yun, sorry, it's my pronunciation of the J. This is not a tea, this is mate. I mean, it has herbs in here, but it's an Argentinian drink. It's like a tea, yes. But you have it with a straw. Metal straw. This is all for the dinner tonight, but I think I completely missed you asking for recommendations in your community. Yes, yes. These are all for the same thing. The romantic one. Remember that we wanted, like, today. It's, sorry guys that I'm touching. It's just that the lipstick, I don't know. It feels weird. Today I believe it's new moon in Taurus. I believe it's new moon. Is it new moon or full moon? I believe it's the new moon in Taurus, and also we are in Taurus season. So I was thinking that we could do something like a theme that it's more on the romantic. And in this new moon, okay. And in this case, it's going to be like a subscriber also made the recommendation and how an idol would behave as an individual, of course, not as an idol, but I say idol so we can focus on that we are reading for K-pop. How they would behave in a relationship. This reading is very general. Also, the other day we were talking about the archetypes deck that it's been a while since I used it, and I have it here. So I was like, okay, I'm going to use this, and then I'm going to use the Oracle of the I Ching of Love. And these are the two decks that I'm going to be using. And of course, this sort of dynamic is not to be like, oh, he or she are in a relationship, or they had acted like this in a relationship, or they have. This is more like what archetype comes out when in the relational. I don't know if this is an English word, but in Spanish it is. But how they are in the relational part, if they were in a relationship with whoever, how they would act, what traits they would show. Hello, Akira. Yeah, no, I'm full. I'm full. I have a lot. I have TVXQ Beomgyu. Not TVXQ. TXT. It started with a T. TXT Beomgyu, TVXQ Yunho, Kim Jaejoong, NCT Jeno, 17 June, Seonghwa and Mingyu. The Boyz Sunwoo, Jaejoong, and then EXO Kai and EXO Baekhyun, twice Jaejoong, Treasure, Kim Do-yeon and Jihoon, and then Monsta X Minhyuk and Infinite Woohyun. Yeah, there's a lot. The big, yeah, I guess this is why the person asked. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I mean, there were other names. There was Jihyo, I guess, as well. But since Jihyo is already in a relationship, and I read for her and the dynamic with this man, I mean, I was like, it would be more interesting to give Jaehyun more participation in the readings. So yes. And then, because I do have pendants, guys, I didn't forget. For the live stream of Saturday or Sunday, because that I'm going to keep you updated if I'm going to do it on Saturday or Sunday, because I do have a birthday party. I do know a lot of Taurus people, guys, so probably the Saturdays are going to be taken in this season. And so maybe I will do this on Sunday, or I will let you know if something comes up, or if I arrive on time, I can do it on Saturday. But on the next live stream of the weekend, I have the list for the idols that I have pendant that are not in this dynamic of romance. I have to read for the Boyz Sunwoo, because I know that there was someone that requested on the last live stream, and I said that it was in the Aries idol season, and it wasn't. He wasn't. Sunwoo wasn't in there. So I'm a Diobi, and I believe it's my responsibility to read for the only Aries in the group. So even though I'm late, I'm going to read for him. Then I have, for Ban Jedam, I have Ban Jedam in here that I know someone asked me also for him for the romantic. I guess they wanted for the romantic, for this romantic dynamic. But since I have also pendant the 2024, I prefer to do the 2024. And then if we have time on Saturday, I can pull an extra card to see how he does in relationships as well. Then I have for twice Jaejoong, she's also a Taurus, and I have her pendant as well. And then what I have pendant is the dynamic between Jennie and 17 Woozy. So yeah. Hello, Hope. But yeah, if I have time, if I'm not super tired, because I want to make these readings very, very fast. Like it's not that I'm in a hurry, but I would like to make them, dynamic and fast. If I have time left, I can do the ones that I didn't or that are not. For you guys that you maybe didn't see the community post and you're like, oh, I forgot to leave my recommendation. So want to. I'll be right back, guys. I think I have to lock the door. I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. What happened? Did I miss something? Ah. Oh, I didn't see it. Thank you. Thank you, Akira. Thank you, guys. You guys are so fast. Thank you. The comments in Spanish, I just cannot believe like how people can be so like negative to your own people. I don't understand. Take care, Mariana. Is it windy over there where you are, Mariana? Here is windy. This is why I took a time out and I went to see my dad and tell him that there was a part of the ceiling that it was uncovered. So we had to put an extra, some kind of heavy stone to sort of push it so it doesn't fly away, something like this. But yeah. Ceiling is secure. Yeah, for everything I put a stone on it. We are running out of not a stone but a brick, a heavy brick. Since we are working on the construction, there's some bricks left. So for everything I put bricks on it. But we are running out of bricks, so we have to get creative. Because for me, I get paranoid, guys. I remember I told you there was a day where actually we had like this huge, it wasn't a tornado, but it was a very heavy storm. We never had it like this in here. So it took houses, even shopping malls. It took their ceiling away, basically. It was so strong, the storm. So ever since that happened, and in here, like in the garden side of my house, like actually we have like a small room with a very thin ceiling that actually is like the laundry room. But the ceiling is a bit old and it's of a very tiny, like very thin kind of like fabric. So every time, there's wind, it moves and it just wants to, it seems like it's going to fly away. So I get traumatized because when that happened in the middle of the night, we had to go and grab it. For me, honestly, I don't care about the ceiling. What I do care about is I don't want it to hurt others. Because if a part of your ceiling, a part of something of your house that is sharp, it sort of flies away. And what if, I don't know, someone is walking down the street and it just falls on them? Or it's, I don't know, it just gets in the way or it gets on someone's house. Like, for me, it's not the material. It's not about losses. Oh, I'm going to lose a part of my ceiling. It's more about like, I don't want this to create an accident for people, maybe people passing by, maybe another neighbors, because it can happen. I've seen it on TV. So, I feel like it's my responsibility since it's my house to sort of try to keep my own ceiling as secure as possible. Este techo de chapas, sí, es de chapas. De una chapa muy finita, las transparentes, no las otras que son de metal. De esas tengo también, pero son nuevas, están bien amuradas. You sound a lot stronger in Spanish, yeah. Yes. Sí. Tengo una voz más fuerte, una voz más, sí, sueno más. Yeah, I didn't notice that, but yeah, I think that probably changes, the intonation changes when you change languages. Mm. Gracias. Gracias. Yeah, I have a low voice, yeah, yeah. That's why sometimes when I talk to people, I try to mediate a bit because I can sound a bit bossy in Spanish. So I try to, and also we here in Argentina we talk very fast. So I try to, you know. I remember when I used to study counseling that I have this like the other students, like the people I went to college with, some of them had like the most soothing voices. They had just very sweet voices. I don't know, they just had a tone of voice that it was so beautiful to listen to them, or to just like, and I felt that my voice was too loud, and I think that this, honestly, it has to do with my dad speaks very loudly. He speaks out loud. He doesn't realize it, especially because he is an older person, so he doesn't realize that he does it. But I also grew up in a house where my grandma also would talk very loudly because she would be a bit deaf. So also she would talk loud because you wouldn't know that she was speaking in a loud tone. And I guess we all in my family are like this, very loud. Also, we Latin American people, we are very loud when we talk. I mean, it's not that we are like, we just get excited, and we don't, especially when we see people that we like or that we love, and we're like, oh, hello. And we just are very excited. We just have like my mom always used to say, we have a spirit. We are very strong spirit people. If we feel something, we show it, we externalize it. It's really hard for us to be like, oh, okay, oh, and also we are very loud with hand gestures and body language. We are loud, yeah. I don't understand much, but I like the language. Born to be a quiet cat, forced to be loud by fire signs. Yeah, yeah. But I've always been communicative, so I guess I've never been shy. But I think that living, yes, with a lot of fire signs, and even my mom, that she was a very shy and introverted Scorpio, she had moon in Aries. So in my house, like me, that I knew her, I knew that she was a very fiery, passionate, angry person. But maybe for someone that didn't know her, she was so mysterious. But for me, I did see her, like she never was like angry at me, but I could sort of feel it. When you feel that the person doesn't have that much patience. But yeah, for me also, like being born with an Aries, that everything has to be now and fast. Like for me to whenever I go to buy something with him, I will have to remind him that, wait for me. Like, I'm here. Like, wait for me. Like, he will just go. And he wouldn't just check on me to see if I'm, And so I'm very used to being very fast because he is like this. He is like this, and everything has to be now. and it's all about reaction. So yeah, I'm used to. I'm used to that energy. I'm sort of comfortable when they get upset, like we were talking the other day when fire signs start arguing. I just that about earth signs I do get. I sort of move aside and I let them finish it because I don't like free drama. Like I think that when they get like that, I understand that it's much more about them getting their egos hurt or getting their pride hurt. And for me, it's like I'm trying to see like the practical side of things. And I'm like, you know, guys, we are wasting time here, like sort of arguing for things that, because I know, you know, this is something that I learned from having friends and bosses that were Aries, that you cannot truly believe them when they tell you that they are upset at someone, or they had an argument with someone, or they had a fallout with someone, or they had something happened with something. Because in the moment when they are telling you, they really mean it. Like they are so angry and they're like, I'm never going to forgive them. They did this to me and I'm going to do this. And me, that I'm super empathic, I'm like, oh my God, that sounds like it's awful, like, oh my God. And then at the next day, they forget. They forget that they had an argument, and you see them talking to the other person just normally. And I'm like, but didn't you tell me that you had a fallout with that person? Oh, but yeah, we made up. So that's when I take it from them that they're always angry at someone. They always have an issue with someone. There's something going on. So my dad, oh my God, he's so loud. He's a Leo. In Southeast France, where I'm from, people are similar. It's close to Italy, so the Latin spirit is present too. People being loud and expressive, especially with hands, yes. It's useful energy to have in life. It makes you efficient. Yes. Not me, I'm cool and collected, slow, passive tone of voice, so water sign. Yeah, but we need the energy of the water signs, because if we were like the fire signs, or if we were all cardinals, you know, if we were all like we would all would be very bossy and competitive and condescendent, like towards each other. You know, one thing that I can say about Aries anger, or a fire sign being angry, is that they don't make it up. They really live life like this. They probably, you know, maybe from my perspective, it's like, did you get offended by that? And for them, it's like huge. You know, for them, it's like huge. And I understand that you know, sometimes there's something about, you know, fire signs and the way they get angry. They always have an issue. This is the energy. They always have an issue. So you have to sort of get used to that when they come to talk to you is to complain about something. Oh, don't you, the day I had, because I had an argument with this and this and this. And it's like, I sort of learned that I have to understand their anger and just like not dismiss it. You know, because they also have a very vulnerable side, that when they are speaking out loud and complaining and just like being upset, is their way to show that there's a wound inside of them, you know, and that sometimes they need to say it out loud. They need that, even though there's anger and definitely there's a lot of aggression in the way they express themselves. There's also a part that needs to be understood. You know, not the fire is not something that you can contain. You know, that you can be like, oh no, please don't be like this. You know, regulate yourself. Be less fiery. And they're going to look at you and get more angry at you because it's like this is the way they are and how they're feeling in the moment. They cannot like give it a shape, and be like, oh, I think I'm giving too much anger to this. I'm going to regulate myself. I'll be right back. No, they cannot. Their spontaneity doesn't allow them so. But they also deserve a lot of understanding, a lot of understanding. Of course, that being disrespectful and creating chaos is not a healthy way to express emotions. But if you understand them, if you let them cool down, you can sort of help them see that there's other ways to deal with emotions, that not everything is like, oh, I'm angry. I took the inspiration of Mingyu because of his show. Okay, guys, let's begin. Before my ceiling flies away or something happens, let's start with this reading of today's live stream that is supposed to connect us with how an idol or a famous person of a group, as an individual, a man or a woman, how they would behave in a relationship, in an established connection. This is not like the initial stages or, when they are leaving the connection or when they are thinking like, oh, do I want to be with this person or not? No, we are going to see it like a proper relationship, how they would behave in a very stable, very well-built relationship. Since we are in Taurus season, like let's also connect with the energy of stability and the feeling of loyalty and the feeling of like, okay, this relationship is serious. Okay, I'm going to start with TXT Beomgyu. TXT Yeonjun. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's begin with and here I wrote the book because I don't use this oracle this much, but there's an English version, so I'm going to read it. He got, from the oracle, he got the Eye Chain of Love, he got the card of Fervor. Then he got Buffon or Joker, Mother, these are the archetypes, and Healer. So, very nurturing, how he would be in a relationship, his behavior. And also, if you notice, there's a lot of green. There's a lot of green, then at the end we have aqua. So you know how everything is like so Piscean, it's so water sign, it's so nurturing. It's fun at the same time. It's fun, but at the end it's very sensitive. It's like this is his nature, this is what he brings to the relationship. And for the card of fervor, the message says, the oracle bears witness to the happy impetus of the force that once shared becomes fervor. Success is due to abandoning oneself to the power of love. The absence of resistance is the only thing required. So yeah, this is very interesting because I don't know why the horse also Sagittarius vibes. I don't know if he has Sagittarius placement, but you know, it's about the abandonment of the self. It's like, okay, if I want to be in this connection, I have to be brave. I have to abandon any trait of the self in order to, you know, like get together or just get closer. I think that for him it's not about get together with someone. For him it's about meshing his energy with others. It's like, and I have to be brave and I have to be free. I have to be free in order to be this very brave person to be in this connection or in this relationship with someone. But he definitely is someone that probably if he's like, you know, from time to time I feel like I'm a bit weak in certain decisions making, or if there's a part of him that he's like, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm so indecisive. Well, I think that when it comes to a very established connection, I think that it's this connection and these traits allows him to become much more brave and just transit the relationship with a lot of courage, excitement, and fire. You know, that probably he's like, you know, I don't think I possess this fire inside of him, because we see all this water in here. But I think that he does have the potential. He does have the potential because I think that being in a connection or in a proper relationship is going to reinforce who he is as a person and his own willpower, his own capacity to remain stronger, to fight for his loved one. And also when he feels like probably the connection is challenging, or maybe he's like, you know, I have my issues, or I don't know why I think that because he has the archetype of the buffoon, that is the first one. And I think that he's just a guy that he probably likes to make a lot of jokes, you know, and he has a great sense of humor. And I think that probably he uses humor to sort of get closer to the person that he likes or the person that he loves. And also he is a bit like, he's a prankster, you know, there's something about him wanting to lift up the mood, you know, and just being just very charming and just like goofy. And from time to time, I think that he probably thinks like, oh, you know, I don't know if my person likes this side of me. You know, I sound a bit immature. So he's like, okay, the best thing I can do is to take care of my partner, like make sure that they have all their needs met. And when I say needs, I would say mostly emotional needs. So he would be a sort of partner that he would make sure that, yeah, he can be a buffoon, like he can be very funny, yeah, he can entertain you because there's a part of him, but there's also a part of him that he could act like a mother. He could act like a mother. So I could sort of see him attract someone that has like mommy issues. He could attract someone that needs like, or actually that probably, you know, this kind of person that they never had like a positive feminine figure in their lives. And him being, you know, this very protective, just very, I would say a bit possessive, like a mother that is like, before you ask, before you ask for something, he already has it for you. But I think that, yeah, he is very unconditional. His kind of love is very unconditional. So he probably is a bit intense with the love and like, okay, I'm taking care of you, and probably like, being intense, like emotional, and probably being like, whatever I do it for you because I want you to be happy, I want you to be okay, like tell me all your problems, So probably, if the partner is in need of that, I think that this is the way he shows love and the way he shows up in the connection. So I don't know, it has to do with maybe what the partner needs, because I sort of see from what I see here is that he has a very sensitive character, and probably as a partner he could be like the feminine side of the connection, like being the nurturing one, the one that makes sure that you're okay, like ask you all the time, like how are you, what do you need to talk, I think that he could be that kind of partner, a very sensitive partner. So he's not for, if someone has an issue with this, yeah, he could be a bit like feeling like he's smothering you because he's sort of like anticipating to your needs, as if he was your mother. So if you do not need this, probably you will feel a bit like I'm okay, like I don't need you to take care of me. But I think that in the connection, definitely he feels the need to be the emotionally sustain or emotionally support his partner. And also he has the healer card. So definitely he is like a very spiritual, he's a very magical man. Like he has, the ability in his hands probably, or in the way he touches you, in the way he concentrates on you, whenever he's looking at you or he's doing something for you, everything that he does is healing. Even in moments where you're like, you don't even recognize that there's a part of you that needs healing, he is the type of guy that he can be so sensitive that he can recognize that there's something wrong with you before you actually acknowledge that there's something wrong with you. Because yeah, he has the ability to transmute energy. So for him it's very important, even though if you don't understand it, if you don't believe him, if you think that he's being too much, when he is in a connection and when he loves someone, he probably has a way of taking care of you energetically. I don't know if it's maybe giving you a hug, just preparing a very delicious meal for you, doing something routinarily for you. So he's like, okay, if I do this gesture to my person, I know they are protected because I pour my energy, my healing energies to protect them so they can have a great day ahead. But yeah, he's very sensitive. He's probably is very focused on his sensations. He's like the first one that he's like, are you okay? Do you feel okay? Do you need something? And that also depends of the level of awareness of the partner, because I don't know, maybe there are some people that don't believe in these things, don't believe in energy, and they will be like, what are you doing? Like, I'm okay, there's no energy here, I'm just tired. But he's so faithful, he's so committed that yeah, this is what he offers to the relationship. This is what he brings to the relationship. Even though if you don't believe him at first and you're like, you're playing a prank on me, are you making fun of me? And he's serious. He's serious that he wants to take care of you. But yeah, he's sweet. Yeah, he's just so lovely. Yes, he's so lovely. He's definitely going to take care of his partner. Yeah, he's very soft. Very soft, like very loving, very loving. Just that he has that funny side. He's going to try to make it funny, you know, to be like, oh, let's play a game. But at the end, there's this very special meanings of what he does. Um, and you know that, and probably he's also testing himself, you know, when it comes to, because I see that he's very, you know, he has healing, the ability to heal. So probably he practices, or he's trying to incorporate this, or believing more in that he can, or that he has the ability to heal people. He probably tries to do this with the person that are closest to him. And of course, also when we say, when we think about a relationship, you know, sometimes we enter relationships and we can be, you know, have different personality traits. We can be raised a certain way. We can have certain patterns of behavior. We can be taught by others, you know, family members, even seeing other people in relationships. But once you are in a relationship, in a committed relationship, you know, you are sort of improvising. It's like life. You probably are trying a way to adapt to your partner, to get along, to also, if you are shy, usually in other aspects of your life, you're trying to be more proactive, you're trying to show up for your partner, you're trying to see what they like, what they don't like, and also reflecting about what you want of this established connection. So also relationships there's no perfection in a connection. Actually, I believe that when you are in a stable relationship, that's the real playground. That's the real place in where our whole personal stories meshes with another one. So, you know, it's not like we all can have these amazing ideas of like, oh, my ideal partner would be like this, or me in a relationship, I would never tolerate this in a connection. This is something that I often hear people that they have this fantasy of like, oh, if I were in a relationship, I would never take this, or I would never accept this, or I would never do this. Never say never. Never say never. Because the person that we become when we are in a connection is not just up to us and our own desires. The person that is in the relationship is also the one that is going to create the dynamic and is going to push us and transform us into their ideal as well. And we have to sort of compromise, like, okay, you want me to be like this? I don't feel that comfortable. I can be a bit like this, but not like this. Okay, do you want this? Okay, I'm going to do this. No, I don't want this for you. So it's always like negotiating. It's always like, in the best of cases. Then there's people that settle. Then there's people that just adapt to whatever the other person wants. And even the people that have the strongest characters and more like extrovert characters and just strong tempers, sometimes in connections, they are the most submissive ones. I have seen it. Because in love and war, there's no rules. You can talk a lot and be like, oh yeah, in connections, I would never, or for a man or a woman, I would never do this. Wait until you fall in love, or wait until the other one enters the arena. And then we will see who you turn out to be. Okay, TVXQ Yunho. Okay, for TVXQ Juno, we have from the archetypes, the archetype of dilettante. This is very Juno. Him doing a lot of things at the same time, just, being sort of a multitasking person. Prince, very romantic, and divine child. And then from the I Ching of love, he got the card of the young bride. Look at this. This is so beautiful. And also, if you notice, like, I don't know why I get a lot of excitement from Juno. I get a lot of excitement. If you notice, there's, there in the middle we have blue, but if you notice, there's a pattern of, this yellow, brown, and in here, this card has a lot of red, also a lot of orange. So do you see how it's very bright? It's very... And there's a bit of innocence in him. He really gets his energy. I think that maybe about work, he's also this excited. But for connections, he's also like very, just like a child. Just like, he's just so happy to be in a connection. I think that the idea of being in a committed relationship is something that it makes him feel creative. I'm going to read you this, the young bride. In here, the message says, all free relations between human beings are represented here. For the I Ching, the strength of love is such that it breaks and eliminates every convention and every rule established by social norms. The oracle speaks of the superior harmony that love brings about in the world. So yeah, I think that this also is very Aquarius, that it has to do about breaking conventions, about like what I was mentioning a bit earlier about relationships. That sometimes we think that we have an ideal, and sometimes this is being established, or we had seen it, or we had learned this through a lot of like social media, not social, but the society in general, the way we are being brought up, like, oh, this is what a relationship is supposed to be like, or this is the way you have to conduct in connections, or this is the way you do things. And here, I think that this connection, in order for this connection for Juno to be fulfilled in a stable connection, he has to embody the young bride. If we think about the young bride, we have to think about someone that probably is about to get married or is about to, to enter a connection with a lot of expectations and with a lot of innocence. There's something about this. This is why it's the young bride, because probably someone that is a bit inexperienced and is just so excited to be a bride. So I think that this represents his more childlike nature, that he's like, I'm learning that I can be a child in a connection, that I can have fun, that I can be naive or innocent. And this doesn't have anything to do with age. This is not about like, okay, he's going to be, he's this age, because I know that Juno is probably around my age. I believe he's a bit younger than me. But there's this energy. It feels like when he's in this established relationship, there's something about him feeling very young again, or him connecting with his inner child. And if we start with the card of the dilettante, this is very air sign. It's about the person that I think that he is a very committed guy. He will try to do everything or learn any kind of courses or lessons, or just like, gurus or people that can sort of teach him, because he wants everything to be, of course, to be very organized and professional. So I could sort of see him like going somewhere and be like, I want to be the perfect partner, so you teach me. Like, I want to take a course about how to be the perfect husband or how to be the perfect husband. And he's like, okay, and also about focusing on his person. I can sort of see him like studying his person and being like, okay, what does my partner like? Do they like this about me? They don't like this about me? I'm going to change. But there's a very romantic side of him. It's like he's so excited with the idea of being the perfect, I don't know why I want to say perfect husband. Probably he's thinking about getting married. But there's something about him taking it seriously, but also living the experience, since this is an established connection. He feels so free to get creative because he doesn't fear that the person is going to leave him or run away or disappear. It's like when we see this from this dynamic, this oracle reading, that is how they would behave in a relationship. And in this relationship, this said relationship, I'm not saying they are in this relationship, it's a dynamic reading, is to see how they would interact. And I think that for him, his best energy, his excitement, his innocence, his sweetness, he could also like choose, I think that he would be, we know that Juno is a very professional guy. You know, he seems like he's very strict. You know, he's very business orientated. But there's something in here that I think that with the prince archetype and the divine child, I think that he's more like stepping to the side of, I'm going to dominate this connection. It's more like, I'm willing to give in this connection, and I'm willing to receive. It's like, I want to work hard in this relationship for this to work. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to be in charge. I'm used to being in charge or being dominating in other areas of my life. In this one, I want to be the young bride. I want to laugh, I want to smile, I want to play, I want to feel alive. I want to feel excited. And the divine child is also someone that is just so open to, you know, like, let's do fun things together. It's like, okay, I know probably Juno is very structured when it comes to work. But in the connection, I think that his inner child or his divine child comes out to play, and he's like, let's not talk about work. Let's just focus on having fun and just feeling the joy. Let's just laugh together. Like, I want to see you glow with excitement when you see me. Like, let's not talk about negative things, you know. I also, like, I want to be charming. I want to be romantic with you. I want to surprise you all the time, you know, but from a place of like, I give in to my lover. In this connection, there's no, oh, I'm the man in the relationship and you are my partner. Like, no, he is not asserting dominion in here. He's more like, you know, like a child. He's so excited. And it's very interesting because when we see the young bride, you know, he's sort of like, I feel like he's giving the power to his partner. He's like, you have it. We will have the kind of relationship that you want to be. You don't want to get married, we will not get married. You don't want a conventional relationship, we will not have it. You don't want this like this because you feel like it's too old-fashioned, okay, I will accept it. Whatever you want, but I want to be with you. And if I know that the relationship or the connection is well established, it's like, I will take it. I will take it. So it's so liberating, guys. It's so liberating. And for me to see this for Juno, that actually, you know, I had been reading for Juno, and well, he is a leader. He has been in the industry for so many years, you know, and we often see him like very, I don't know him, but it feels like his energy is very cold, you know. It seems like he prefers things to be arranged. before, very organized. He doesn't like surprises, everything in order, very professional. But in the connections, he's like, I give you all the power. I will follow you, whatever you want in this connection. Hey, Nuit. Yes, I will continue it. But if I have time, and I don't know, because it's not about time, it's more like how I feel. But if I have energy left, I can do some pendants that you guys have in here. But yeah, of course, because there's a lot of people that actually they didn't get to see like the community post. And this is also a series that it's brand new, is the idea of one of the subscribers of here. So we came up with this, and this is why I'm implementing it here. But yeah, this is like the first time I'm introducing this, because we wanted to get romantic. We wanted to get in the Toro season, there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of negativity around, so we just wanted to get in the in the romantic side of life. And what best way to do this that using our idols or our favorite artists as reference, Okay, now I'm going to continue with Kim Jae-joong. Kim Jae-joong. How would he behave in a relationship, committed relationship? The tiger. Beautiful tiger. Okay. For Kim Jae-joong, we have Midas. Don Juan, or I don't know how you. I don't remember this archetype in English. Is it the player, the card of the player? Is it the player or Casanova? I don't remember, but I'm sure you guys know Don Juan, like it's the players. And networking. You can say Don Juan, okay. And then from the Oracle of the I Ching, he got the card of the courage of love. Look at this beautiful tiger. The courage of love. Look at this beautiful, like when I saw it, I'm like, oh, it kind of looks like him. Doesn't it? It kind of looks like Kim Jae-joong. I'm going to read this. The courage of love. The oracle itself is indefinite. It's a simple warning. If you tense up in rejection, the power of love will not be able to do anything. Conversely, if that strength takes on a sense of courage within you, both to love and to accept love, then. Yeah, I think that it's very interesting because this card is more like a warning. It's not so much like, oh, he's going to be courageous in the connection. I think that it's sort of like letting him know that there's a potential that the connection can be successful, or it can continue if he allows himself to connect with being courageous. Probably there's something about him not being that courageous in Because the oracle itself is indefinite, so there's something about this not being defined. Like there's something about his energy not being defined. If you tense up in rejection, the power of love will not be able to do anything. Conversely, if that strength stands on a sense of courage within you, both to love and to accept love, then. So I think that it probably, it does mention something about rejection. So probably, it has to do with him probably in the past having different connections or different interactions that has to do with love and feelings. That there's something about him possibly wanting to escape relationships, or just do you remember like this kind of people that they always fear the worst? It's like, oh yeah, I know this connection wasn't good for me, or I know this is going to end up bad, and I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what you want. They get on the defensive, because it seems like they anticipate something is going to go wrong, and I'm going to get my heart broken. So I sort of can see it here because, with the card of Midas, it's like he in love, he's very creative, and also we have the archetype of the Don Juan, or the player. So there's something about him, being very seductive in a connection. Like he definitely, he's a beautiful man, but I think that when we see it in established relationship, he is very charming. Like he just makes sure to look his best. He puts a lot of effort in the connection, in just being sexy or being sexual, and just being attractive, and sort of like, okay, I want you to feel the passion and the romance with me. I don't want a relationship to become boring, or to become just like, there's something about him, like just, maybe he fears routine. There's something about him probably like he's like, okay, maybe if we hang out all the time, or if we live together, I'm afraid you're going to get bored of me. So this is why I have to get into the player's archetype. That is not about him going around and finding other people, but he's like, he has this need to shine all the time, or maybe just being a bit artistic, or a bit theatrical, or a bit like a drama queen, to sort of introduce like tension and excitement, and just like, look at me, I'm so desirable, I'm the man of your dreams, you will never get bored of me because I'm so wanted, like keep looking at me, I'm so wanted, I'm so beautiful, don't stop looking at me. I think that there's a bit of a fear of like, like he feels like he has to keep this energy of the player, but in a place of like, I have to always be attractive to your eyes. Because he definitely is very ambitious. He's a very ambitious guy. And he puts this energy in the connection. He puts this, it's like, it seems like the guy cannot have the man, Kim Jae-joong, he cannot have this home-like, very simple experience. You know when you live with someone that you usually like, you are not looking your best. Sometimes you're wearing like your PJs, or you're wearing joggings all day, or your hair is a mess and you are not wearing makeup, and you actually have this very weird and intimate sort of like interactions, and also routines, and you also have your ways, that because we are human and we have flaws. But he's like, I don't want to get out of my character. Like, I don't want you to get that comfortable with me, because I want to keep impressing you. I don't want you to think that I'm just a plain person. What if you get bored of me and you leave me? So yeah, there's something about him, probably because it feels, with the Midas, I feel like he can get very greedy, you know, like probably putting on a show or just trying to make things exciting and just like, you know, always like, I will take you to the fanciest dinners and I will take you to these places and I will take you to parties. And probably, you know, the partner is great with this lifestyle because we also have networking. So I think that he's like always trying to introduce change and excitement and novelty and like, oh yeah, I'm here with my partner, but yeah, let's go hang out with my friends here. And then from here we will go there and then we meet this person and this person is coming over, you know, and it feels like, where is the intimacy? Where is the normalcy? Like I think he doesn't do normal. He doesn't know how. He's so used to like living the life, probably like surrounded by a lot of people from the industry as well, people from people that are entertainers as well. So there's something about him not being able to take his mask off, because he's like, what if my partner sees that I'm just a regular boring guy and they leave me? Or I disappoint them. And I'm like, you know, I cannot deal with rejection again. So, yeah. But yeah, and also I think that this networking could also be something that could be a sort of an issue, because I don't know why. Networking is sort of gets me that he's so good with people that he's the type of guy that probably, you know, you are having a very intimate moment and then he's like, oh, I have to go because I have to go and help a friend. Oh, I don't have money because I lended this to my friend, or I lended this to this person that I like. Or let's go to the house of these people that they invited me. And you know, the other part is being like, I don't know these people that you call friends, because they are your friends or your acquaintances, not mine. With the networking, I think that probably he would want to have a relationship and at the same time be networking with others. And with this, it's not like, oh, I have established relationship and I'm going to be texting others. No, it's more like connections, work connections, or I don't know why it gives me the vibe of, you know, when you usually like you invite people over, and these people are, for example, are friends from work. So you and your friends from work, or your coworkers, you have your own language. Like you probably end up talking things about the office or the place where you work, or the office or the workplace drama. And maybe you are having dinner and you're talking about it. And all of you are like, oh yeah, did you know that this happened with this person of this office and the other one of the other building? And the person that is not part of that group, they are listening and trying to join the conversation, or at least understand or pay attention, but they're like, I don't know these people. Like, you know, they are your coworkers, not mine. Nevertheless, like I'm here, so I'm trying to sort of understand and pay attention, because it seems like the conversation is very entertaining for you guys, but I don't understand what you're talking about. So the person feels like, yeah, you are creating these connections while I'm here, but what about me? I feel like you are leaving me to a side. Like, yeah, you brought me here. I am your partner and I'm sitting next to you, but you are also concentrating on talking to others. So, yeah. But yeah, the card of the oracle, the warning, the courage, the courage of love. So it's like, you know, like be more brave, like accept that, you know, maybe how you had been behaving, you are sort of hiding from something and you are not fighting for love. Be more courageous. Choose love. It's difficult for celebrities. Yeah, like actually, like I see these archetypes and I'm thinking that this could apply for a lot of people in the industry. A lot of people. And let's not forget if they have crazy fans. Okay. Let's continue with NCT Jeno. Oh, it's so cute. Look at this image. Okay. For Jeno, we start with the archetype of athlete. This is very Jeno. I saw this actually the other day. I saw a picture of him like without his shirt on, and he looked like this. But the athlete for Jeno, gossip, and queen. So he wants to be adored. He is the queen in the connection. And then from the Oracle of the I Ching of Love, he got the card of to be in love. So he's a romantic. He's very Taurus. He's a romantic. Like he really, he probably wants to be in a relationship just to feel the love. That's all. Okay. The Oracle says, to be in love. Every love has within... Okay, sorry guys. Every love has within it a message of openness, which is not to impose one's own will, but to transmit the meaning and vibration of being in tune with the universal force that governs the whole existence. Love is power in itself and for itself. It does not impose itself. It limits itself to sharing. I'm going to read it again because I feel like, you know, I said it before I read this with the archetype of Queen, you know, that I said that he gives me the vibe that he wants to be, you know, that he wants to be in a connection so he can be adored. So, and the word here, impose, it's a lot. It is mentioned a lot here, so yes. Again, I'm going to read it again. It says, every love has within it a message of openness, which is not to impose one's own will, but to transmit the meaning and vibration of being in tune with the universal force that governs the whole of existence. Love is power in itself and for itself. It does not impose itself. It limits itself to sharing. That it means that you know, when we enter a connection or when we feel the love or we feel that we are in love or we want to feel the love and we want to be reciprocated, like it's not about like what can I get out of being in love or out of being in an established connection or relationship. It's about sharing. It's about openness. It's about giving without thinking like, okay, what is the person going to give me back? Like, you better love me right because, you know, I have high standards. So you know, there's something about like, okay, like, yeah, you are in a connection, you definitely are adored, you definitely like have high standards, you want to feel good, you want to feel appreciated, you want to feel the love, you want to feel the support, but share it. Give it to others as well. Give it to your partner. It's not all about centering inside of you for your own benefit. You are not the protagonist. Both of you are. This is a two people relationship. This is not I am in the relationship and the other one is sort of like the supporting role. So yeah, I think that, yeah, with athlete, I think that definitely he is a guy that for him, he's very competitive. So for him, probably for him to actually achieve to be in a proper relationship, there's something about him feeling like a champion. You know, he probably is someone that when we think about this established relationship, there's something about him putting a lot of effort and willpower into building this connection. It's like, you know, I done a lot, or I competed with other people to be in the relationship with this person. I think that for him is like, you know, it's a personal victory. For him, it's not so much like, oh yeah, things were smooth, you know, we started being friends and then eventually developed into something else and we took it slow. No, for him it's more like a competition. For him it feels like a victory. Like I had my eyes on my special someone or my partner, and I, you know, I defeated everyone. Like I defeated my own fears and obstacles, and I am an athlete, and I put my body into the connection. I defend the connection. I defend my partner. Like I'm very, like they, you know, he puts his body literally. You know, he's like very competitive. He probably also is a perfectionist when it comes to how others view the relationship, you know, also that he wants his relationship to be the best of the best, you know. I don't know why he gives me like, he could actually be, you know, these people that they have these relationships where they post on Instagram or on social media all the time, like they are the perfect couple. I think that for him, it feels like this, you know, like he could, if he could post, he would be the kind of guy that he would show himself on the social media. He would be like, oh, here I am with my beautiful partner. Here I am with them. I look amazing. They look amazing. We both are the beautiful people. Like we are so successful. Like, because he really means it. Like he puts all his body, his willpower, his passion. Like he doesn't want like a relationship that is like, oh, it's private and is a relationship that, yeah, it's simple and it's, no, he wants like a very, because he feels like he deserves it, to have a partner that probably matches his own competitiveness. So it's like, okay, if I work on myself and I look better every day, I think I deserve a partner that sort of has the same mentality as me, and that they also are looking for improvement in themselves, and someone that is competitive as well, you know, like a power couple. He wants the power couple. But also, you know, with the archetype of gossip, if you notice, we have a lot of blue in here. So I know he's a Taurus, so I wonder if he has air placements, where they are. Does he have a Gemini moon? No, he doesn't have a Gemini moon. And also, he has a Venus in Aries, right? So he doesn't have a Gemini. But I don't know if he gives me Gemini energy. Yeah, gossip. I think that with gossip, I don't know. I think that he just, or he could actually, like, you know, have this established connection with someone that is very gossipy, or with a potential partner that is a Gemini as well. You know, someone that they could gossip all the time. You know, like, because if you see these two people being like, I think that for him, to be able to gossip or to communicate and to have a partner where you can actually like just say what you want to say and express like, I heard this, I want to talk about this, like this is my opinion about this. Even if this has to do with them just watching a reality show and being like, we have to talk about what you think about this, why you think I think that this could be a relationship where the two of them are so communicative and are so into the tea, are so like, did you know what happened with this and this? I think that definitely there's something about like the communication is key in here. So the partner has to have the tea or has to have the connections, and him as well, so both of them are like, I heard this. What do you know about this? But I think that he just feels very comfortable with being able to comment or being able to communicate with their partner and just say what he really means or what he really thinks, and feeling like he can trust. And also that their partner also has a very sharp feedback. I'm like, it could be someone that has a strong Gemini placement, because I think that this is very interesting because probably, if we think about Jeno or Jeno energy, I don't know Jeno, but maybe, because his work or his profession, sometimes, probably the guy cannot say what he really means, or he cannot talk as much as he would like to, or there's something about him probably having, there's something about some things being scripted, or some things just, he has to moderate himself when it comes to how he shows himself through the camera or what people expect of him. So I think that for him, to sort of feel the connection in a very stable and secure relationship is to be able to gossip. Like you would gossip with your best friend and feel secure, feel secure that you talk and say what you want to say, and the other person takes it and they also add their own way of conversation. I think that it feels so much like I want to be listened to. Even if what I have to say is so dumb and is so basic, and we are just talking about people that we don't know, or reality, or just like, talking about, fashion shows, or just something very, casual. But I think that for him, to be able to have this in common in established relationship is like, this is my favorite part of the day. To come back home and being like, oh, I have tea. Do you have tea too? Oh, yeah, let's talk, I think that is cute. I think that is cute. Definitely does make sense. It does make sense. But it's between them. This is not about, in here we don't have networking. This is not about like them going around and just like, spreading what he knows, because if it would have come out reverse, I would say, oh, he loves stability with others. But no, this is more about the way their dynamic works in established and secure relationship. And yeah, the last card, the Queen, it says, irradiate feminine majesty, utilizes their authority, their benevolent authority to protect others. So, yeah, I think that definitely there's something about Jeno in this connection. Probably he also has this feminine influence. So even though he's not in here, I don't see him being dominating in the connection. I don't see him like being authoritarian. But I think that with his feminine, or maybe with his Venusian side, he still wants to rule the relationship. He probably does it from a very passive place, from a place of seduction, and from a place of like, I want to seduce you, so you do what I say, or I want to get this, and so please, like, I think that in this, definitely, with the athlete and the queen, these are two archetypes that they value themselves a lot, and they know their worth. This is not people that they enter relationships being like, oh, I'm just a regular guy. No. Jeno works very hard for his image and for everything that he has. And also with the queen, also he has a lot of self-respect. He respects a lot He respects himself a lot. He doesn't like mediocre things. He has his special taste on things. He loves luxurious things. He wants to be treated right. And also, the queen is also very benevolent, is very generous. So even though he shines a lot, and probably in the connection, like in a stable connection, it looks like he stands out. He stands out if you compare him probably with his partner. It's not to say that, I think that he would date someone that is as amazing as him, but there's something about him probably taking a lot of protagonism, and he ending up like getting a lot of love and admiration from outsiders. But at the same time, he's like, he's not a guy he's not a one-man show. The queen is very much like, they don't forget their people. And in this case, it's like, okay, if I do get benefits because of the way I look and because I work with my image and I'm flawless and I'm beautiful and I'm successful, I'm going to share this very luxurious life and prosperous life. I'm going to share it with my partner. I'm going to share it with my partner. He's very generous. He's very generous. But he sort of understands that maybe because of popularity or because how life is pushing him to be this idol, we are talking about idols here, it could also apply for an actor that is so huge or an actor that is so popular, that even though they wonderful people, they often talk about the actor and this person. But for him, it's like, I will keep shining for our connection because, I entered the connection as a queen. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm a regular guy with a regular job. No, I work with my image. But he shares it. He shares it, and he's very generous with his partner. And I think that also the queen, I think that it could also be like probably the outside people, even though he can be in a relationship or even he can be married with someone. And maybe people are like, oh, because, he is the one that rules the relationship, or he is the most famous in the connection, he must be the one that follows, he must be the one that calls the shots in the connection, and actually, no, it's the way it looks up from the outside, but actually from the inside, he does give his partner the place. It's like it shows like the athlete and the queen archetypes. It shows me that this is how he works. But this is not what he gives. But definitely from him being a queen and being able to live a luxurious life, he can probably give a luxurious life to his partner. So he doesn't like have like, oh no, why am I living like this? No, he actually takes advantage of this. But yeah, from this, to be in love, we talk about him not imposing himself, or I think that in his case, it's more like about having this idealization of that, oh, love or being in a connection is supposed to benefit me and makes me feel like the best. And actually, like it talks about share the love. Remember, you are two. This is why we have two. We have two here. We have two animals. Because it's about the two of you. Don't forget it. Yeah, and also in connections, the power struggle, there's also in connections. That actually sometimes when we think about celebrity couples, it's more like what the audience think about who is the most influential in the connection. And I think that this also happens probably when you watch a couple that you know and you observe them or you listen to them talk and you're like, oh, I know how their dynamic works. Yeah, she is the one that calls the shot, and he is the poor man that is staying at home and following what she does, and she commands everything, and he's the one that follows. And you don't know. You don't know. Because sometimes the followers, sometimes in a connection, because connections are so complex, sometimes the people that choose to be the follower are the ones that manipulate the connection, because it's easier to be like, oh yeah, I leave you all the responsibility, and meanwhile, like, yeah, like I will just be here, like taking the benefits of all the connection while you go out and make like the strongest decisions, So it's sometimes it's like, oh, the one that has like the strongest temper, or it seems like they're bossy or more popular, everyone is like, oh, that's the bad guy in the connection. No, guys, like sometimes the weak, or if there's someone in the connection that is like the weakest, or it seems like the more sensitive, sometimes they also can manipulate from their weakness or more sensitive, and from an aspect of like, oh, poor me, or silly me, that I didn't know how to do this. There's also a level of sabotage in there. And there's people that sabotage the connection from inside. And the person that is like the most outgoing is the one that is actually like has no idea that they are being manipulated, because they are busy working on the outside. So they are not paying attention. Laziness and passiveness in a connection is also a way of manipulation and gaslighting. Yes. Like J-Lo and Ben, yeah, like J-Lo and Ben, exactly. Like people being like, oh, she is telling him to not drink, or she is bossing, because yeah, there's pictures where he looks like, oh, she's like telling him what to do, and she's like busy, she's like mad at him, yelling at him, and he's just like, they're like looking like a sad puppy because he's so sad, like. But we have no idea why J-Lo or why a person like her that is in a very complex connection with someone like Ben, because we know that Ben has his history, that usually these people that are in relationship with someone that is so unstable, you have to put certain boundaries. You have to be firm when you talk to them, and you do that from a place of like, I care about you, I want you to be better, like please don't do this, and sometimes it can seem like you are telling them how to live life or what to do, but yeah, it's just that it's difficult. It's difficult because sometimes people are like, and also pictures, the pictures can also be very misleading, like you don't know what's going on in there, you don't know what happened before, so yeah. It's like after all these years, like after all the relationships that they had and everything, that why are they still choosing each other? There's always like, when it comes to you choosing your partner, the reason why you are with them, they mirror like everything that we choose, guys. We were talking about this the other day. Why we choose our favorite content creators, why we choose our favorite groups, our favorite biases, our favorite eras. Like everything that we choose, it comes from us. It's talking about us, about why we like what we like and why we reject other things. And relationships are the perfect example for you to look at, where are you in life? What is going on with you? That you went back with your ex, or you, I don't know, are dating your best friend, or you are just like, dating someone older, younger. Like everything is information. Everything is information. And what that person brings to the connection, their issues, their past relationships, their unfinished business, sometimes their addictions, everything that they bring is sort of like, it's just that those things don't get revealed to us in the first stages of the connection. You have to actually, be with them for a very long time, more than a year, 6 months to a year minimum, to sort of understand and get in the dynamic of the connection and be like, okay, this is how we as a couple cooperate. This is our identity as a couple. This is how we do, and this is how others view us. This is why when people, remember when the word gaslighting and the word, it was gaslighting, I believe. Yeah, gaslighting, like people were using the word gaslight or gaslighting for anything that it had to do with manipulation and just being deceived. And actually, no, like actually for you to gaslight someone or for you to be victim of gaslighting, you have to have a very long connection with that person, for that person or that connection to have that level of manipulation. It's not something like, oh, I just met this person like 3 months ago and yeah, they were gaslighting me. Maybe they were manipulating you or lying to you or just being awful to you, but that's not gaslighting. Hello, Jesoda. He's also a Cancer rising. Oh no, he's more sad. He's more. Okay, I'm going to continue with the 17 members, guys, because I do have a long list. Yashoda, I read for 4 people already. I already read for Kim Jae-joong and TVXQ Yunho, but yeah, then you can watch the replay. Okay, 17. Let's start. I have 3. Let's start first with June. Wait, I have to write down the timestamps. Otherwise, I go crazy. Okay. I'm going to start with June, then Seungwa, and then Mingyu. Okay. For 17 June. 17 June. And okay. Wow. Yeah, he's an earth sign, right? It definitely makes sense. Okay. For 17 June, hedonist, dilettante, engineer, very creative in connections, but very analytical, very like he would probably like talk to their partners about, I learned this about this information about this, I learned how to do this, very technical, but very intelligent. He's so intelligent. And from the oracle of the I Ching, we have the card of the initial difficulty. The initial difficulty. And I'm going to read you its meaning. Look at this book. This book is not that old, but the quality obviously is not the best. It's already falling apart. Okay. The initial difficulty. The oracle offers an invitation to not reduce your partner to an object, not to sell oneself in the name of love, but to open oneself to the freedom where love can exist. So yeah, it's about do not objectify your partner, sort of. Yeah, I think that is very interesting because, since we, especially from the ones that get these messages from the oracle that are more like considering the other, I think that probably it definitely has to do with you not taking the other person that is next to you or that is in a stable connection, not taking them for granted, not being like, because maybe it has to do with perceptions, with the way they are raised, with how they live connections, that they think that, oh, once I'm in this stable relationship, my all my needs and all my desires are met, and the other person must fulfill them. And sometimes, especially when we are very young, we enter connections with that sort of like attitude of like, oh, you're supposed to meet all my needs and you're supposed to make me happy. And there's this very childish kind of perception of like, okay, from this connection, I will take, and I don't have to do anything. Like, I just have to exist, like being here, and I will just receive, and I think that this is very important that the oracle says this, that it has to do also about sharing, about, partnership, that it means that the two of you have the same level of responsibility. It's like, remember, it's not just the other person that has to work for the connection. You also have to have it, So yes, for June, starting with hedonist, definitely hedonist. I think that for him to be in a stable connection, it definitely has to be full with very luxurious and a lot of pleasure, going to beautiful places, just seeing beautiful things, buying beautiful things, just being surrounded by the pleasures of life. This is very Taurus. This is very Taurus card, very Taurian energy. Let's slow down and, let's not like, the sort of partner that is like, let's not cook tonight. Let's order food better. Let's order from our favorite restaurant. And then, probably the partner or him, they could be broke, and he could still be like, we should go to our favorite restaurant to have a wonderful dinner. And maybe the partner be like, having to be the reality check of being like, we don't have the money. Like, we actually have to save because we have to buy another things, or, but for him it's like, oh, now that I have a partner, we could do, we just can chill and get comfortable and just like, watch a lot of movies and just like going to beautiful places and buying beautiful things and buying, like a lot of material things, like you buy me a gift and I will buy you something as well. And we will probably buy like matching outfits, like couples outfits, all about money, money spending, like, and just like everything is possible. There's something that is also very Taurus, that it has to do with him just thinking that, let's not rush. We have time to worry about bills later. Now let's enjoy life. So he's a bit like it sounds like he's a bit like a child. He actually probably doesn't have that that level of like, oh, we have to take care of the finances or the numbers. So probably he needs the partner to sort of administrate the money. Because if he does find a partner that is just loves the luxurious life like he does, both of them are going to be broke. But at the same time, when we have the dilettante and we have the engineer, I think that definitely also, June, it seems like he's a guy that, just like this card that came out for TVXQ Yunho, like the guy is so creative. Like he's like, when we think about the good life, he's like, okay, I will take different jobs, different activities. I will do a lot of things in order to sustain this comfortable life together. Because I feel that for him to be in a connection is to be able to slow down and just live a very comfortable, romantic, beautiful, luxurious kind of moment with his partner. I think that it's all about, when we see about the Taurian side, it's probably about like, when you, at least from my experience, I had experienced this. Sometimes when you live so fast for the external life, and you have to produce, or you have to, it's all about performance, it's all about to being ready, it's all about to being prepared, being energetic. You barely sit down, you never get to eat the proper meat because you're busy and you're always on the run and you're always like here and there. And when you have the possibility to have a partner that waits for you at home, and they make a delicious dinner, or they just, I don't know, they buy tickets for you to go to a theater or for you to go to a spa, and you have the ability to connect with a partner that it's all about, like, you had a very exhausting day and probably your whole routine, it has to do about you running all the time. Now that you're with me, let's enjoy. Let's enjoy. Like, let's slow down. Work can wait. Responsibilities can wait. Tomorrow you will go back to your usual routine and you will be running again and you will be tired and you will be like, like this. But while you are with me in this connection, I just cannot wait to be a couch potato with you and just like, have a beautiful and chill moment. Chill moment. And with the dilettante, he is like, I will do extra hours. Like, I will do a lot of things. I will get the money. I will get the resources. I will also, like I said for Juno, there's something about him probably being like, okay, like I will study. Like, I will study different ways to make you happy, to be a better partner, to be there for you. Like this is a guy that he doesn't, it's like he's not ignorant that probably life, or having an hedonist life, or having a pleasurable life and being able to enjoy, he's like, I'm aware that I probably will have to work very hard to get this. Or I probably, in order for me to keep this very rich life, I have to go to the real world and I have to work extra hard. And he's like, I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do this. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. I can do this. So definitely I see him like doing a lot of things, like being like, okay, how do I do this better? An engineer is another person. Is talent to design solutions to common dilemmas. So yeah, this is also very air. This is like very, finally we are here at, I believe he's an Aquarius. So it does make sense that for him it's all about solutions. He's a very intelligent guy. He's very intellectual, he's always thinking. Like with the dilettante and the engineer, he's always thinking. Like probably this is why, sometimes he needs to stop and smell the flowers and become a bit hedonist and become a bit like, I would say a bit materialistic, so he can enjoy the now so much. Because I feel like his energy, and even in this stable relationship, he's also going to bring this very intellectual kind of side of him, and he probably is very obsessive about ideas, him wanting to produce something new, him wanting to be creative, him wanting to create solutions. It's like you probably have a worry, you didn't even finish the sentence, and he's already making a list of all the things you can do to improve. Like he's like that intelligent, and probably like he's so smart that it doesn't seem like it's so romantic. Like, he's here is not like he's a partner that he's emotional, but you can have very interesting conversations with him. And also he's someone that he never stops learning. He's always looking for something new to learn, a new skill, new language. Like he's so stimulated, mentally. But yeah, with the card of this, the initial difficulty, don't forget that your partner is also part of the connection. Don't forget about them. And also the keyword, if we see the initial difficulty, when we start when we start connections, sometimes we don't know what we enter how we enter in the connection and what is ahead. So sometimes when the relationship is brand new, there's a lot of difficulties that you have to be like, okay, do I put up with this or do I go? So, in this, I think that he has the potential to be like, oh, sometimes, I had these expectations of what this connection would be like, but actually I was wrong. And since this is like an initial state, I have the opportunity to be better because he's so smart that if you communicate to him certain things, he will get it right away. He's a very communicative person, and also he's willing to learn. So he may not be the most romantic of them all, but the man definitely is like he can have a very difficult start, but he will work for the connection. He will adapt. Okay, I'm going to continue with Seungwon. 17 Seungwon. Okay. For Seungwon, we have, I will start with the archetype of mother. Seeker. And eternal child. And from the oracle of I Ching, we have the card of suffering. So this wouldn't be a reading for a Capricorn and relationships if we didn't have suffering in it. Relationships are not, are a bit complex for us. We go through them to learn, but yeah, it's a whole process. Okay, I'm going to read the card of the oracle, suffering. Okay, it says, step by step, every joy condenses, stiffens, freezes. The joyful impulse decreases. It is a natural law. This too is living. We would like to grasp only joy, but it is the sublime ecstasy of love that unleashes the most terrible agony. Yeah, I think that probably I know this is this has to do. This is a dynamic about relationships and how how he would behave in relationships. But I think that also it can be something that he has been transiting or his own energy. So because of everything that he has been going through, so there's something about and this usually when we are Capricorn, we also have this very pessimistic view of like every time a connection seems that it's going to end or we see it as a failure, we often see it all from a very dark point of view, a bit cynic, from a place of like, oh, I wasted my time, like I shouldn't love again because when I loved and when I opened up for others and when I gave love, they left me, or I suffered, or I lost, or I was betrayed, So we usually are very harsh on ourselves and on the. We tend to label relationships or just the suffering. We are like, oh. So this is what love is, suffering. So because we usually like start the love journey or the relationships journey with a lot of tragic endings or just like, disappointments. So we can get a bit tragic like this, like feeling like, oh, it only happens to me. I always fall for the wrong people, or they always lie to me. They don't like me back. They don't understand me. We don't understand each other. they chosen someone else over me, you know. So we get a bit pessimist, you know. We get a bit on the very dark side of like, I will never love again, because love is suffering, and I don't like to suffer. So yeah, this is probably he has a very sad, a bit pessimistic. I met a Capricorn men that I love them as my friends, but if you want to ask them like love romance advices, they are they are very pessimist. Like definitely they are not the most romantic. Like they seem to carry a very tragic message, and sometimes their message is like, oh, I wish I didn't fall in love, or I wish I didn't enter this connection because, you know, it didn't end up well and I don't like it. Something like this, you know, like I put myself out there, like I did the job, and just it didn't give me any satisfaction. I lost, and I don't like to lose. So it feels very like, it seems like we don't find the purpose. You know, we need to find a purpose for everything. But in suffering, what do you find? Like, you are like, you know, I was better before I met you. Why? Like, am I supposed to be grateful for this? But yeah. And usually it takes a long time for us to move on if we suffered. So, yeah. Like you said, Fluffy, it sounds heavy. It definitely, when you read it, it sounds like, you know, like, oh my God, like it's over. Definitely someone gives sad clown energy, the guy who seems always happy and bright, but deep down maybe there's another story. Yeah. And also like for a Capricorn man to receive love, it's very hard to get to them, you know, because they can be great with you, but they are so cold. Like it seems like a relationship or connection. So you don't know if they're being nice or everything is so proper and it's good, but it's not romantic. So it's like, do you like me? Do you hate me? Do you want to sell me a product? You know, I'm like this as well, but I guess I have the lack to be able to attract people that have heavy water placements, so they are able to read me and be like, oh, okay, yeah, she looks tough, or she looks a bit like you know, and this is something that I don't know if for other Capricorn males or females it happens, but for me, I always given this vibe that I'm married. A lot of people are like, I didn't initiate anything with you because I thought that you were taken. I thought that you were married, because I've always been like this. Serious, like it's not about seriousness, but it's more like, you know, it's not like I'm open to flirt with you. It's like I've always had this veil of seriousness and commitment, and like I'm not here to play, and like, yeah, I can be loyal, and I can be very, like, I can be so nice, but the person is like, you must be married. And it seems like you take your marriage very seriously, because I don't dare to ask you out because I think that you have a husband back home. So that's, you know, and I got this a lot of times until I had the chance to talk to them, and they're like, are you in a relationship? And even if they have to ask me if I'm in a relationship, they have to observe me so much and get so much courage to ask me, because I don't know, I just give the vibe that I'm a married woman. So for him, for him also, he's serious. So you know, like, you know, he seems like he's in a relationship, and like we are like, oh, I'm sure that he's in a relationship. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, starting with him and the mother. Definitely, he is a very nurturing guy. I mean, I don't think that he would be like the mother figure from a place of like, oh, I'm very loving and mother. But I think that he would be the type of mother, you know, the mother that is very strict, the mother that is like, you know, you have to do what I say because I care about you and I want you. Very whiny, you know, very whiny, like very. Just like I say this because I love you and I care about you, but it sounds like you are actually like you are calling them out, you know. But he definitely is what is he's very protective of his people, maybe a bit overprotective, I would say. You know, he could smother you with his love. So maybe this is the reason why he has this kind of suffering. Maybe he avoids suffering, or he avoids just feeling the attachment to people because he feels like this mother archetype. You know, he feels like, oh, these are my babies, or this my partner is my all, is my everything. Like, you know, I want them to be okay. I worry when I'm not around them. Like, I don't know if without me they will be okay. You know, sort of like him thinking like, okay, I need to make sure that my partner is okay, that they are okay, because, you know, I don't trust life. Like, I want them to be okay. But also he's very loyal, just has a very unconditional kind of love, you know, that love that that doesn't disappear, you know, that doesn't. It's a kind of it's a very strong emotional attachment, I would say, and commitment. And this is why he probably, you know, he fears the endings, or he fears when he maybe realizes that, you know, it's not going to end very well, because he's like the person that he takes care of you. He takes care of your needs. He's always thinking about, he's the kind of partner that he's always observing you. Like, what is your favorite perfume? What do you need? Your favorite meal? How do you behave when you're feeling down? You know, is something hurting? You know, do you want to go to the doctor? Do you need anything? Do you want me to buy you anything? Like, what can I do for you? You know, like the provider, like this very, this person of like, I know what is good for you. I know what is good for you. Because I am like a mother. I have this universal love. He lives to take care of the people that he loves. He feels a huge responsibility for the people that he loves. This is why when they leave, or when it ends, he feels like he wasted his mother archetype, you know, because he's like, I put so much, but, you know, like I said, for the other idol that got this archetype, sometimes a mother love or the mother archetype can be a bit smothering, you know. It can smother and suffocate their children with their very intense need to take care of them. You know, it's almost like, don't do anything without my supervision, because I have to make sure that all the decisions pass from me, because I am like, you know, the mother archetype in this connection. So I have to approve of certain decisions in the connection. So, you know, this sort of leads the partner in a place of, either they feel like, okay, I guess I'm so sensitive, or I'm so vulnerable that I cannot do things on my own, because, you know, he has to approve. But he definitely does it from a place of love, and from a place of like, I take care of the people I love. I show up. I am unconditional. Then he has the card of seeker. So I think that also with the card of seeker, I think that definitely someone is I think that he understands his mind and his character. He's always looking for ways to improve himself. He probably is like the type of guy that he's like, you know, I probably don't have the best personal traits, especially when he's in a relationship. He probably gets worried for the person that he loves or the person that he likes, and he's like, "Are you okay? Like, are you sure? Do you want me to come with you? Like, do you want me to go and see you? Do you want me to be there for you?" Like he sort of puts himself at service of the person, and probably, you know, the seeker archetype is like he's looking ahead. He's looking for answers about why am I like this? Why do I behave like this when I'm in a stable connection? Because this is supposed to be stable. And nevertheless, I feel like, you know, maybe I'm being too much, or maybe I'm worrying too much about the people that I love, because I have a huge fear of abandonment. I have a fear that if I miss contact or if I lose them out of my sight, they will disappear. Or, you know, they will go away, I will lose them. So he has a strong fear of abandonment. But I think that the good thing about these archetypes is that, and because he has the archetype, not the archetype, the oracle of suffering, because he knows what it's like to suffer. Maybe he knows what it's like to feel abandoned. And there's a part of him that he holds on very tight to that sadness, to that suffering. But at the same time, when he is in this connection, in this stable connection, he's also seeking answers within himself, inside the connection. And probably he has the intelligence, to be like, this is a me problem, this is something that I had developed, like, and I think that I need to resolve this for my relationship, and I need to work this with my partner, and I need to let my partner know that if I behave in a very strange way, or if I was too possessive, or if it sounded like I don't trust my partner's ability to be independent, it's on me. It's my own personal issues. It's my own personal story. And the seeker is someone very wise. It's someone that is like, okay, like, yeah, it's on me, and I'm looking for answers. And probably a connection, a stable one, is going to inspire him to keep looking, and always look for answers. Like, why am I acting like this? Why do I get anxious? Why am I feeling like this? How does this make me feel? But yeah, the other card is the eternal child. The eternal child. So see, I think that he definitely needs to heal his inner child. He definitely needs to heal it and heal it. And probably in a connection is where, in a stable relationship, is where he finally is going to find the answer that he's looking for. Because maybe he never got the chance to heal or connect with his inner child or his inner child's necessities. And also the eternal child, it means that he will always have this inner child that is sort of like, you know, coming out of his unconscious, and it's like, here, pay attention to me. I'm part of you. Pay attention. Pay attention. Look for me. Every time you feel blue, look for me. I have the answers. And it says, determination to keep being young in the body, mind, and spirit, capacity to see things from a different perspective, new perspective. So he will always, like I think that also being in a connection is also going to allow him to laugh a bit more, laugh at himself, you know, just be a child, you know, be childish. I think that we were talking about, you know, Capricorn and Capricorn energy in general. And we Capricorn people, we tend to take responsibilities or just have this very serious energy from a very young age. Like we enter life being a structure, a stiff like this, and sometimes, you know, we enter the world through suffering. We have, you know, very traumatic If it's pregnancies or if it's, it seems like also, there's a lot of losses in the family. There's a lot of like emotion, not only emotional, but there's a lot of also maybe financial needs, people losing stability, our family members losing stability, our father or mother just not being there for us. So sometimes we sustain relationships and we become like responsible for others, and we put ourselves in the mother archetype because we didn't have this. So we want to be this for our partner, even when sometimes it seems like we are taking them for granted and we don't let them, we don't trust them. We are like, okay, let me do this for you. But I think that definitely he can connect with joy, and also introducing a lot of fun moments in connection. Definitely. Yeah, he's a very generous, but yeah, definitely the lesson here is that we cannot be parents to our partners. And sometimes, even if when we say like, oh no, I trust my partner, actually they are so independent, actually no, but sometimes we get into that role, maybe because they needed that also. There could be a reason why he is in the mother archetype, because he mirrors something. So maybe he attracts a kind of a person that is very needy emotionally. So he has to put himself in there. Remember that connections is all about like action and reaction. It's like, okay, what the other one needs, I'm like, okay, like since I don't want to suffer, whatever you need, I will become what you need. So if we interact with people that have low self-esteem, or that they have like a very harsh past, or that they have certain issues, we put ourselves in this authority figure, and even sometimes we are like, why am I doing this? When you feel like this is not me, why am I doing this in this relationship? But the good thing is that someone is a seeker. He is a seeker. He has the intelligence. He has the intelligence. Like even with the card of suffering, it's like, look for the answers. There's a reason why you're going through this. Like the card of suffering says, sometimes for us to appreciate the sweet moments in life, we have to embrace that there's going to be moments of suffering. That is not always like, full happiness all day. No, sometimes we lose, sometimes we cry, we suffer. But then again, we have the opportunity to love again. Okay, I'm going to continue with Mingyu. I have a lot of people, guys. A lot of people. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do them all, but I'm trying. It's just that their energies is very heavy. Like I was like, okay, I will dedicate to each one of them 5 minutes, but sometimes the message is so like is so deep that I cannot be like, oh yeah, this means this. Like I also have to follow my intuition. Okay. For Mingyu. For Mingyu, we start with the archetype of the messiahs, rescuer, and athlete. It reminds me kind of Jeno a bit, but it's different, but because of the blue colors. And then he has the card of trust. Look at this beautiful elephant. From the I Ching of Love, the oracle, trust. Okay, for him, let's see the message for Mingyu. Trust. The hexagram indicates the power of strength, firmness. The oracle is therefore saying that you have the opportunity to achieve true greatness. You only have to evolve according to the nature of things. Yeah, it's this lovely. I think that yeah, this is about him being able to achieve greatness. And if you look at this, there's the elephant and he's holding a heart. Look, he's holding a heart. I think it so resonates with Mingyu's energy. I think that because if we think about an elephant, about thinking about him also having the archetype of the athlete, the messiah, I think that probably there's something about a lot of people seeing or picturing Mingyu as this successful guy, he is competitive, definitely he works with his body, he puts a lot of willpower, a lot of hard work, and also the elephant, but I think that this, what it's saying is that actually in love and in a stable connection, the man, Mingyu, can find his one true love, that he can find it. And that probably he's a person that he dreams of his ideal one, or he dreams about meeting the one or having his person. And I don't know why it gives me that the elephant with the heart in here. I think that it gives me about this very innocent person, someone that probably he's someone that he doesn't see appearances, he just sees people and he falls in love with people's energy or with people's aura. So I think that he's like this giant elephant, that you're like, oh, there comes the elephant, and actually he's so sweet and full of love and really wanting to give his heart to someone, and it's so interesting because I see it like so, like the oracle said, so firmly, going and mean like, I'm going to give my heart to the people, to the person that I choose. I don't care what others say. I'm going to go and do it. So, like outside him being an idol and all these archetypes that people put on him, or maybe even the society and even the people around him being like, oh, he's a messiah. Oh, look at his body. He's an athlete. But he's also a very sweet guy that he wants to fall in love. It's like he has his girl on his sleeve. He's like very trusting. This is why he has the card of trust. He trusts blindly. He's like, I will find the love of my life. I will find my person. And if I'm with this person, I know it's the right one. I don't know why I get the vibe that he would go for someone that probably is a regular person. And because of these archetypes, there's something about maybe people being a bit like, oh, he's dating that person, or he's in a relationship with that person. Oh, you are with that person? And him be like, yeah, that's the person of my dream. I like this person. You know, like him sort of feeling very confident, like, yeah, this is the person that I chosen. And people being like, really? And he's like, yeah. Like the guy being so simple, you know, okay. Starting with the Messiah, he serves human beings with humility. So I think yeah, I think that he's definitely a very generous guy, and he is very generous with everyone. He doesn't judge people. He's very giving. He's very. I think that with the Messiah, there's something about, you know, maybe people thinking that he's good at everything, you know. And actually, I think that he has that aura, but at the same time, it's like he's willing to share the knowledge with whoever wants it. You know, it's like if you praise him for his body or his work, he's like, okay, do you want some tips? I'm going to let you know how, you know, how I do it. Like I share it with others, you know, I'm not egotistic. I actually, like, I'm very honest. Like, do you want my advice? Like, do you want, like, he doesn't gatekeep anything. You know, he doesn't gatekeep anything. Like, he's just very transparent, you know, and maybe this is the reason why people gravitate around him, because he seems like he's selfless, you know, so there's something like, really, this guy that you know, he has all this attention and he's so, like, so approachable, like he's so normal. Yeah, he is normal. And in the connection, he can bring a lot of good luck. A lot of good luck. He also has the rescuer archetype, so definitely this is his moon in Pisces, Piscean. He definitely is the rescuer in the relationship, so probably this is why I was like, remember that I said he could date actually someone that people would be like, oh, this is not someone that I would see Mingyu with, because I don't know why I think that he would attract, and I don't want to say an ugly duckling, but someone that is not the norm, or someone that maybe in their past they suffer a lot and they are still dealing with certain, like, you know, self-esteem issues. And even though they look fine on the outside, they carry a lot of trauma and a lot of wounds. And he been like, I'm going to rescue you. Like, please, like, tell me your traumatizing life history. I'm here to serve you. Like, who hurt you? Who hurt you? I'm going to go and hound these people down. Like, who hurt you? Who hurt you? I'm going to defend you. But definitely, he's a sweetie. He's very sweet, very sweet. It's very interesting that this says acts for love without expecting any reward in change or for change. So it's like he gives, and he doesn't see. Like, he doesn't see for who. He's just very giving. He's very giving, and he just wants to make the world. And in this connection, he wants to make the other person feel better. And probably he feels a bit attracted to feel like I make them feel better. Like, you know, there's something about, like, I really like this. I feel good. Like, he really wants to change the world. He probably doesn't know how. So maybe for him, connections and intimate relationships is like, you know, I think that I'm a good influence for this person. So I guess I'm doing something right? So, and also with athlete, I think that, and this is something that definitely it resonates with him being an Aries, also because I can sort of see him becoming this coach of this person, being more like, you know, this very motivational guy, being like, you know, just watch how I do it, you know, how I do things and do how I do it. And it's like, do you want to work out? Do you want to do something? Let's do this together. You don't know how to do it. I'm going to help you. Like, and also helping the person probably getting out of a very sad, if the person is very sad or depressing or they doubt themselves a lot, he is the kind of guy that he's going to motivate you and be like, let's go, let's get up, and let's go work out, or let's go play a game, or let's go do something fun, but let's move our bodies. Like, this is a man that he believes in his willpower. Like, he believes that you can build yourself, that you can rebuild yourself, that you can improve, that you can be better. You just have to go and do it. This is a great guy that I think that he's a great influence because he doesn't think that much. You know, he's not like, oh, I'm going to analyze all the reasons why this could go wrong. He's not like, no, let's move our bodies. Like, let's go. Like, do you want to feel better? Let's do something about it. Like, let's go, let's do this. Like, I will come with you if you don't know. You know, this is good for someone that probably doesn't want to leave their house and is a bit lazy. He is a great coach. He probably in the relationship, in a stable relationship, he could probably be, you know, a bit insistent. You know, you've been like the type of guy that he doesn't rest. And he always has to do something, or he always has to go and work out. And that, you know, you living with him is like, there's a lot of noise, or he's always jumping or doing something, or just like training or playing loud games, you know, a very active person, someone that gets bored easily as well. Probably someone that wants to go out, also go out, go for a walk, go for a run, go on a bike, go on a car. You know, like, he's a guy that he's like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. He's sort of living with a coach. You know, that like, if you are a very lazy person, like, I think that you could find it very, very annoying, because he probably is, and also he's very spontaneous about the things that he likes. So whatever he likes, he does it a lot. And it's like, it doesn't matter if it's raining, it doesn't matter if it's a holiday, he will do it anyways. Like the guy is very disciplined, is very determined. So it's like he brings this energy. He has to always be busy, always have an objective, you know, and he loves it. He probably, in their connection, he's going to brag a lot about his accomplishments and be like, you know, I started training and I gained, I don't know, I did this exercise and I did this grade, and then I did this and I beat this person, and like him always like competing with himself, you know, being like, last week I didn't do very well, but this week I did better, look at me. So he's like this very exciting puppy, I would say, you know, but he also, you know, I think that when we think about him probably working on his body or playing a sport, I think that we should pay attention that in this dynamic, he's more like encouraging the other person to get out of their comfort zone. It's like, if I stay in the right energy, I will inspire them to do the same. So he's very motivational. He's very motivational. And of course, that for him to help others, he will keep training, he will keep like his energy up if this makes the person feel better. He will not stop. So he is a great energy. He is a great energy guy. Yeah, sounds like my dad as well. The same. Very transparent people, you know, not very communicative, not very emotional, but definitely if you want someone to be like, to get you out of bed and be like, you have to keep working on your dreams, he's going to be like the one out the door. He's going to be like, let's go, let's go. What do you want to do? You wanted to go here? Let's go. I will come with you. Let's go. Always ready. And for me, I'm like, wait, that I have to get my things and I have to get this ready. And he's like, when are you going? Yes. Always in the rush. Always in the rush. Okay. Very cute, Mingyu. I like it. He's so cute. I like it. Okay, let's continue with the voice members. I'm going to start with Sangyeon, the Boyz Sangyeon, and then I'm going to do Jaejoong. Sangyeon. I love it because he got the sun, an oracle that shows the sun, and I don't know why I always think about his moon in Leo, and this is all moon in Leo. Okay. For the Boyz Sangyeon, we start with Natural Child, Warrior, and Sis or Robber. I was going to smile. I was going to say, I'm the stealer. Sorry guys. I cannot sing in English, the worst. Your brain cells are connected, Fluffy. Okay. And then totality. Oh my. Okay. For totality, it says, times are good. You have a mastery of life that allows you total freedom of action. And the fact that it is not selfishness is demonstrated by your not doing anything to make this harmony happen. It's very positive. Actually, like I think that this is the totality. I think that it's very Sangyeon, but also it shows how he's just himself, his own total self in the connection. It's like he will not shine less nor more because he is with you. It's like the guy enters the connection just showing himself the way he is, with his flaws, with his insecurities, and also with his attributes and with his talents. But it's like, you know, I show myself with all my transparency and also with my own full force. Like definitely he doesn't. I think he's very authentic and he doesn't fake it in connections. He doesn't have like a plan of being like, oh, because I'm in a connection or I'm in a stable connection, I have to have a plan about like how am I going to live this connection. No, I think that he, first of all, I think that he has confidence in himself. He's like, I enter this connection with confidence and I show myself the way I am. And if this person is for me, and this is why we have a stable connection, I don't have to force anything. Like I don't have to sort of entertain nor act, you know, in a very strange way, or just have a very, you know, very detailed plan about like step by step, how am I going to make this person love me better or just make this better. He's like, no, with being me is more than enough. It's like I show myself with integrity, I show the way I am, my dark side, my very bright side, and this is the package that you're buying. So I like it. Well, he's my buyer, so, but I like it because definitely shows you that also with totality, it's like, he also admits that he's not easy to live with. Like he has, this is why we have the stealer, that I baptize it. Like, wait guys, wait. And this is what I do for my bias. And for me to not drop everything. The stealer, he's like, you know, I can be surprised. You know, sometimes I can be surprised. But yeah, with natural child, definitely in this, it talks about someone that is communicated with the spirits in nature. You know, someone that this is like a little girl, like holding, I believe it's a rabbit. So it's someone that is very much connected with nature, with other children. You know, with the innocence. It's like, I don't know if Sanyeon loves animals, but in here, natural child, it talks about, you know, loving nature. Just being very friendly with children, with animals, with, you know, just being very friendly and protective, but also being very, very connected with nature. You know, definitely he loves this, and this is what he, if they have a pet or if they have children together, there's something about him, you know, honoring. It seems like he believes that each human being or each living thing has like a spirit. So probably he loves plants, or he loves to have a garden, or he just, you know, maybe he loves gardening, I don't know. He loves his pets and he loves animals. You know, anything that is alive. He's like, and he's very sensitive. He's very sensitive. He's like, you know, we shouldn't harm. I don't know, maybe he's not that sensitive with other people, but with animals and children he is, and plants. You know, there's something, I don't know why when I read this, I'm like, he has a very sassy energy, you know. It's like, yeah, I'm very understanding, and I'm very like loving. With children, plants, and animals, but not so much with other with other adults. But yeah, here in the middle, the warrior, strength, ability, discipline, also being heroic. You know, he loves to be the hero in the relationship. He's like the one that is going to defend you, defend the relationship. Very much like on guard, like don't you ever talk bad about his partner, nor make assumptions that, oh, because you are in a connection or you are in a relationship, you are like this. I don't know if this had happened to him in the past, because this is a dynamic reading. This is not to read about their future. But I don't know why I get that there's something about Sanyeon sort of experiencing this, like him having to defend his loved ones or his love or his relationship, and being like, don't talk bad about my partner. Like, don't talk bad about my partner. And also, like, he just gets very much on the defensive. This is why I'm like, he can be very sweet with animal, children, and plants, but he's a warrior. In a connection, he's a warrior. He's like, you know, he doesn't tolerate disrespect, nor and also from neither of the parts. So he's also like, okay, I'm willing to fight for the relationship, I'm willing to protect the relationship, but also you better like protect me, and you also like put effort as well, you know, because, you know, I'm also defending us, so you better also defend, you also be a warrior for ourselves outside, you know. This is why I resonate with this, because I feel like he feels like very much on the defensive. So, you know, like a warrior is like, okay, I'm not indifferent that I will have to defend this connection a lot of times. So probably, you know, maybe because of his lifestyle, maybe because of other situations in his life, he feels the need to sort of like be like put on the warrior or the warrior mode, you know, and be like, I'm going to defend my loved one, and I'm going to defend my partner. I don't care, and I'm going to hurt people in the process, like not backing down, you know, like sort of feeling like a menace. So I wonder if he ever experienced this. So probably he's like, he knows, you know, also with the kind of authenticity, he probably is very transparent with his partner about not the dangers, but about like, you know, you are dating someone like me. You know, I also have, like, I don't have my guards down because I have fans, because there's people that know me, because I have stalkers. I don't know, maybe he does have stalkers. And there's something about him not taking the relationship for granted and being like, oh, because we're safe, our love is all we need. No, he's like, no, we have to protect ourselves. Definitely, we have to protect ourselves. And I don't know if maybe he's like the kind of partner that is like, if you're dating someone like me, you have to know the truth about what it's like to date someone like me. Like, you could be a danger. So probably you should also like learn some self-defense, something, but yeah. Yeah, and the stealer, the thief archetype or the robber archetype, it says, illuminate your potential of richness so that no one can steal it from you anymore. So I think that with the thief or the stealer, I definitely here, I think that that Sanyeon he feels the need. I don't know why this card reminds me of the Seven of Swords energy, that, he doesn't have hidden enemies, but just like the Scorpio he acts like he has them. So he's always like, ready to disappear on people or to like, oh, do you want to know this about me? I'm not telling you. Like, I disappear. Like, you will never get the full story for me. So I think that there's something about him, in order for him to protect his relationship, that again, I'm using the word protection, so I wonder what this is about. But there's something about like, you will never get to the people that I love. I hit it you will never get to what's dear for me, what is in my heart. What is in my heart is protected by me. You will not, you can get close, but maybe this can be like him putting some restrictions with his fans or with the audience and being like, yeah, I'm here and there being seductive and everything, but the one that I appreciate the most or the one that I love the most, my lover, my partner, my other half, that is a secret. That is a secret, and that's someone that, I will protect from all of you. So yeah, he has that part where he's like, yeah, you will, like, yeah, I can seduce you, like, we can play, we can flirt, everything is cool, but my relationship is sacred. I keep my relationship hidden. Yes, exactly. I notice Scorpios are protective of children, animals, basically anyone vulnerable, but they don't cut slack to responsible adults. Exactly, that's what I wanted to transmit. Okay, I'm going to continue with Jaejoong. Another moon in Leo, the 2 moon in Leo we got. Okay. Another one that he got the stealer at the end. I renamed this card as the stealer because I cannot say thief, guys. Like, my whole tongue gets, I cannot say thief. I cannot. I'm sorry. My English teacher is going to be so disappointed in me, but I cannot. Maybe I should try more. Okay. For Jaejoong, we start with Samaritan. This is very Jaejoong. Midas. And the stealer. Stealer. So another one that is also good at keeping hidden what is important for him. In this case, we're talking about the stable connection. And he got from the Oracle of the I Ching, awareness. It's so cute, the card of awareness, because I see the woman standing in there looking, and there's a feeling of awareness. There's this feeling of like, I get it. Him being quiet, thinking about this and this connection of his own, and him reaching a level of awareness. Okay, awareness. The hexagram shows a static situation. The oracle does not want to judge this state of affairs, but invites us to reflect on the mechanisms or conditioning that generate it, and on the other qualities to be focused on to get out of a situation of stagnation in which you will only rot. So yeah, awareness, I think that awareness is not psychological awareness. It's more like, because it mentions stagnation a lot. So probably this has to do when you are in a connection, maybe you are in a stable connection, and there's a part of you that you are like, this is kind of stagnant, like this is not as exciting as I thought. Maybe there's a lot of routine. Maybe he gets bored. Maybe the other person gets bored, and he reaches this level of understanding and being like, I know what's going on. I have awareness that we are not doing, it's not that we are doing terrible. We are okay in the connection, but there's a stagnation. And I also think that there's something about Jaejoong, probably because he got the card of Samaritan, the archetype. So there's something about him probably not wanting to break a relationship because he doesn't want to break the other person's hurt or illusions. There's something about him not wanting to disappoint or hurt the other person. But I think that inside he knows that, oh, is this, you know, when you're in a stable relationship and sometimes you go through a period where things are stagnant and you're like, okay, is this my person forever? Like, am I the only one that feels like this? Does the other person also feels like this? So there's this moment of like, is this what a stable connection is like? You know, am I supposed to feel like this when I'm in a stable connection? Does this mean I have to end it, or does this mean that I have to endure it and just keep going? You know, this is also about life lessons, you know. With Samaritan, we start, that it says, perfectionate your capacity to help those who you would prefer it to ignore. I think that Samaritan, it's definitely that he's just very generous and he wants to be there for others. And probably, you know, in the connection he does give me in this, with these cards in here, he does, I do feel like he probably enters, does he have a Venus in Aquarius? Because I feel like he enters the connection just feeling very generous and feeling like, I like this person, like they are so fun to hang out with and I really appreciate them and they are so positive and I really like to hang out with them. But then he ends up being in a connection and he's like, like, is this love? Is this, what is this? And also with Midas, you know, with Midas, it's like, oh, and I think that this is something about archetypes that I think that it shows that probably Jaejoong is the kind of person that everyone knows that he is a softie, or that everyone knows that he's a good guy. You know, when someone is just good, it's just good. And probably he's someone that cannot say no, or there's something about him just being just very giving. And maybe he says yes to a connection that he's like, I was just being nice. How did you start this connection? No, I just like this person and we hang out and yeah, now we are in this. I see him I sense him a bit clueless, you know, a bit clueless, like you know, you are in a connection, and him be like, when, why, how, am I in a connection? Like yes, and this is stable. Jaejoong has Venus in Cap. Yeah, well, we always know something about birth charts, always. Maybe because we had been talking about them for the last 4 years. Is it, Fluffy? We had been talking about astrology and tarot readings. Yeah, it's been um, a long conversation that we had been having here with the community, guys. Like, it's like we often associate. I mean, this is the way we interpret. Like, I interpreted it like this. I introduce sometimes what I remember from their birth charts with the tarot reading, and also with the help of Fluffy. That Fluffy sometimes she remembers details, or she is an astrologer, so she's much more professional than me. I know about the big three and some aspects, but I try to connect it from a place of like, okay, everything is information. Like sometimes I feel like the cards, especially the ones that I use that are from the TOS system, they have placements, they have astrological placements. So sometimes we take that as extra information and we add them to the reading. So we expand what we already know. But yeah, sometimes we just Google it. Sometimes we Google it or we talk about it on the community and we're like, oh yeah, we should do this, or don't you think it makes sense? So we add this, so it's very interesting. Yeah, 2 3 years. Yeah, but we have this feedback that I always trust Fluffy, and also there's other people that also they know about astrology. So when Fluffy is not around, there's always someone that is, oh, I remember that this person is this sign, or they look for it for me if I don't remember, and we try to add this, just to expand the interpretation. I mean, we could be wrong, but we add this, and also it allows you to see the potentialities of energy and be like, oh, I didn't see that card like this. Now it makes sense. For example, I always, guys, encourage you, if you're starting to read tarot or oracles, observe the colors, the shapes, everything. Everything has a huge message. So, adapt it always. Like, it's not about like, oh, this means this, or literally this is the meaning for this, and you grab the book and you follow it religiously. No, it's power of observation. Observe and connect with what is telling you. But yeah, I think that definitely this is like friends being lovers, friends being in a connection. But also with the stealer, the card of the stealer here, it says illuminate your potential of richness so that it cannot be stolen anymore. Stolen anymore. I think that, yeah, probably there's something about I don't know. I think that eventually, if this sort of awareness, like if he hits the final awareness of a stagnation, he has the charm and the charisma to transform the connection, either to improve it and to also take the responsibility that maybe he enabled this, and he maybe just by not knowing how to say no, or just like, maybe he just was being nice with someone and the other person was like, okay, we are in a relationship, we are official, and him being a bit clueless about, oh, really, are we? Like, and the stealer is like, probably there's a part of him that he doesn't entirely show to this person that he's with, because he probably is thinking that, when someone is in a connection and is like thinking that, oh, in the future, I'm going to meet the one. This is not about cheating, but it's more about mentally wanting to be in the future, like sort of being like, out there could be other opportunities, or there could be a reality where I will feel more fulfilled. In here, I think that it has to do something about him being just very nice, very general, and also I think that because of him being this Samaritan in this Midas, I think that probably it's going to take him a while for him to understand that, oh, this is, I'm in this connection, and like, I feel like someone took the decision for me. You know, there's something about him, like probably I don't know what's going on, but maybe he doesn't realize this. Could he be that innocent? Like he doesn't, it's like, oh wow, like I'm in this stable connection and I didn't know when we reach this level of commitment, like when did this happen? Where was I? It's good, but at the same time, it's like, it's sad. I'm like, wake up, Jaejoong, wake up. But yeah, sometimes we enter relationships, and this is another reality. Sometimes we enter relationships, we think that the person is amazing, we like them, we like to hang out with them. We are like, okay, like you are free, I'm free, you're available, I'm available, let's start dating. And then with the routine or with the pass of time, we are like, oh, you know, this is not as exciting as I thought that it was. Or maybe like yeah, I like you as a friend, but yeah, this is not what I want to do. You know, permanently. You know, maybe he's sort of like looking for something different, and here with the card of awareness, you know, he's looking at the horizon. He's looking at. It seems like he has this feeling of like, I know I still haven't found the one. You know, I know it's out there, but I still haven't found them. Very interesting. Yeah, definitely. Jaejoong is a bit special because I didn't think that he would be so, because definitely he's a very nice guy because he got the archetype of the Samaritan, he got the Midas. I mean, the guy is very respectful. He's very respectful, and definitely he enters the connection like being this very good guy. Like he really wants the connection to work. Like he really like wants the best. But probably he comes to the awareness that either he enters the connection too fast, or he just didn't realize that, oh, okay, like, you know, maybe I wasn't ready for this kind of a commitment. Maybe this is not what I wanted. Maybe I don't have time for this. Maybe I don't feel anything, you know. But definitely he enters with a lot of like good feelings. Like he's like, you know, let's give this a chance. He really looks like he's innocent. I was surprised as well. I was like, oh my God, where is this going? Okay, let's continue with EXO Kai. Another Capricorn. Okay. For EXO Kai, we have the archetype of goddess, another one that feels like a star, beautiful, amazing. I'm beautiful. He loves to feel beautiful in the connection. So definitely, you know, he could be a partner that in the connection he wants to be, you know, he wants the partner to tell him that he's beautiful. Like this has to be part of the routine. Then he has the archetype of engineer and magical child. So he is a dreamer. He's I don't want to say he's weird, but definitely he's a mix of, he can be cheesy, he can be sexy, he can be goofy, and he can be super intelligent. Like so, like you never know what you're going to get with him. But definitely he's going to have fun. Definitely he's a very sweet guy in connections. It's just that he has a very weird analytical side that is not for everyone. Like I think that some people are like, oh, you know, maybe he has people that are like, oh, I like more the goddess in you, you know, the part where you are beautiful and, you know, everyone adores you and you look beautiful and like, you know, and you are appreciated or you are famous or you are, you know, and then when he introduces the engineer, you know, people being like, oh, I didn't know you had the way of thinking. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, he really is very intelligent, but maybe, you know, because people, oh, sorry, because people see these archetypes, they are like, you know, I prefer you more when you're beautiful and just like, sort of like beautiful and more like Venusian. And he's like, yeah, but I also have like ideas and theories and I want to discuss them and talk about it and I want to create things and probably I'm thinking about finding solutions for things that are very weird and unexpected, but I'm going to talk about them in the connection, so be ready to listen. Because I'm not just a pretty face, I also have some weird ideas. Like, it's not weird, but I sometimes think that we should change lives and we should create something different. And I don't know. And he also has the magical child, so he also is very cute. You know, he's also like, he probably believes in very like childlike things. You know, he probably believes in, I don't know if he believes in magic, but there's something about him just being very connected with, just getting excited for things that you are like, you know, that's for children. And he's like, no, but I believe it. I believe it. And I think that is good for our relationship, that I am a magical child, you know, because I bring magic to your life. So I make everything better. He's like, he's that, he just has that spark, you know, he has that spark, that innocence, but at the same time, he's a believer, you know. He can be rational from time to time, you know, and also have these crazy conversations. I don't know why I say these crazy conversations, but I think that he has this way of discussing things that is like, what are you talking about? You know, he gets all serious and technical, but then he has a side that is so cute, that is so vibrant and so innocent, and you know, it says, see all the things with the potential of sacred beauty. So C believes that everything is possible. So C, he's this very positive butterfly, very cute, very cute. And then from the I Ching Oracle, we have the, how is this pronounced? The Wayfarer. Wayfarer, it says. I don't know if you can read it. I think that is up. The Wayfarer. I'm going to write it here, guys. Is this about someone that makes its way, or it creates a new way, because it says way? Okay, I'm going to read it. The Wayfarer. Ah, the traveler. Ah, the rover. Oh my God. We should do this once at some point, Fluffy. We should get like K-pop songs and their tarot cards. We should do this. We definitely should do this. With SM artist discography, I'm sure we can get one card for each. Okay. Oh my. The Wayfarer. The omen speaks to the traveler within you. As you move from one experience to another, meeting friends and lovers, you are a traveler. Something prevents you from stopping forever. You try and try again, and every time you feel like you have reached a permanent home. But there comes a moment, and that's it, when you feel like you have to resume the journey. I think that definitely it sort of resonates with Kai, with his past relationships. You know, of course, I mean, you don't have to be Kai to actually have, you know, relationships that sometimes they ended. You know, especially when you are very young and you start in your 20s. Like some relationships last and some don't. But maybe, yeah, there's something about him just maybe, you know, his part of the journey is to be this traveler in love, you know, to sort of like enjoy the experience when he is in a stable connection, really enjoy this, really being present in the connection, but when the time is, when it's time to go, when it's time to advance, or when it's time to keep the journey, that he feels no regrets about it. It's like, you know, I was happy while I was in this stable connection. And it was stable and I was happy. But now I have to move on. Now I have to keep advancing. So I think that this is very, like, very interesting that he got it, the traveler, because I think that sometimes people judge a lot. I don't know if they judge K-pop idols, but usually we have this perception that people that, you know, they end a relationship and they enter another one, you know, it's like, oh, wow, they're always changing, they always have different exes, or they have a lot of exes. And it's like there's always this point of criticism, you know, that like, oh, what happened? What went wrong? What did the other person do? What did they do? You know, what's their flaw? You know, who hurt the other? Who was the bad guy in the connection? And no, sometimes relationships are not meant to last a whole lifetime. This is why sometimes I refuse. When I created this channel, I was like, okay, one of the things that I'm not going to do is read for future spouses. Because even though I know that there's people that are like, okay, my idol is going to meet their soulmate and they're going to get married and live forever, and even if there's some divorces that comes up in the readings, for me, it's like you are going too far. Like, you know, relationships are complex. Not all relationships end in marriage. And that doesn't mean that you don't value what you had with the person that you were with. You can be very happy in a connection, but it also can end. And you can start all over, and that one can also end. So, you know, I think that it's very interesting that he got this card, because it's like, you know, you are going to be very happy when you are in this stable connection. But I think that Kai is also he's very true to his nature, that he's like, okay, when it's time to resume the journey, I will go. And it's on me. It's on me. This is why sometimes I'm like, you know, guys, sometimes you can leave a connection, and this is not being selfish. You can leave a connection because you're like, you know, I just want to go and live for me, and I want to look at what's ahead, what's available, and not always like being dependent on a certain relationship, like gives you the happiness and the realization or the fulfillment that you want so bad. You know, sometimes we have our own individual desires or our own, and this doesn't have to be like, oh, he cheated, they cheated, she cheated, and this is why they broke up. No, sometimes you just go different paths. Sometimes you just become strangers in a connection, you don't connect anymore, and you're like, I gotta go, bye. You know, it's not about third-party situations, no scandals, no who is to fault, you know. In here, the traveler, we see the person standing alone. So it's not like, oh, what did the other person do for him to leave? No, sometimes it's just a personal journey. And sometimes maybe there's people that are not meant to be in a stable connection. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they want to keep, focusing on their career. It happens, And it doesn't have to be sad also, because he's happy. Like, whatever he's choosing, he's happy. But I love it. I love it because I also felt like um, I felt the same when I just read for Jaejoong and see what he got. He got the card of awareness, and also thinking that both of them are Capricorn. Of course, we're talking about Capricorn idols, and we definitely notice, and this is not to put any stereotype on Capricorn or anything, because there's people that are Capricorn and they are in healthy relationships and they manage to be okay. But definitely you sense that the energy becomes like stronger, and it's more focused on the self. It's more focused like, okay, my issues, my journey, my awareness. But the good thing is that while he stays, he is a great partner, and he makes his partners happy. Okay, for Baekhyun, let's see Baekhyun. Let's see if Baekhyun, he makes us smile a bit, because he got very, very heavy here all of a sudden. Sorry guys, it's not my intention, but the cards came up like this. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, he's cute. He's cute. Yeah. Okay. The oracle is a bit sad, but let's see. I mean, it's not that it's sad. It looks, not so bright, but let's see. From the oracle of the I Ching, Baekhyun, he got the card of impotence. Impotence. Then from the archetypes, he got the archetypes of companion. So definitely he loves relationship. Rescuer, he is a rescuer. And prince. So definitely he's a romantic, definitely. This is what he brings to the connection. But let's see first what says in the I Ching of love. He got the card of impotence. That it sort of makes sense with the reality of being an idol. And well, actually him, he had a very exposed relationship, and so yeah, maybe the card of impotence has something to do with his experience. The card says impotence. You are overwhelmed by events. You cannot do anything to help the situation evolve, nor can you cause any change. Accept this impotence. This too is love. I want to read it again, guys. You are overwhelmed by events. You cannot do anything to help the situation evolve, nor can you cause any change. Accept this impotence. This too is love. So I think that definitely, like, this card is very meaningful. I believe it resonates with Baekhyun, because I remember I pulled cards for him and his ex, and I think that definitely for Baekhyun, there's a lot of like anger. There's like, it's not guilt, but there's a lot of like anger, like, and probably this has to do with the word basically is impotence. It's impotence. Like I cannot prevent this from happening. I wish I could give my relationships and my stable relationship a better future or a better environment. I wish I could go free and be like, I'm dating this person and I'm in love and I'm happy. But I feel the impotence that if I do this, maybe I will hurt the situation like it happened in the past. And also, like, the card is like, sometimes maybe it has to do about him coming clean with his potential partner if he has a new partner, in order to sort of sustain this stable connection. It's like you let your partner know that there are moments where you are going to feel the impotence. There's moments where you're going to feel powerless, impotent, because this is the life of a celebrity. This is his life. This is what he went through. This is a feeling that he's familiar with. There's something about, like, I wish I could do something. I wish I could go and tell them something. I wish I could go and tell them to stop. But it's not up to you. There's nothing you can do that can change the mentality of people. So what you can do is just embrace and probably talk to your partner, if this is the right partner, being like, this is my reality. If you want to be with me, there's going to be a lot of moments of impotence. There's going to be a lot of moments, where I will not find the courage or the power to be like, stop, don't do this. I don't want this. I want a relationship to be like this. I want us to be protected. It's like, from his place, there's nothing he can do. He cannot stop being who he is and what this means for his future partners. So there's something about, like, you accepting that there's moments of impotence is also a sign of love, because you're sort of letting the person know, the person that is in a connection with you, that, if, my life is for the public, for my fans. So if you want to be with me, you have to understand things and being understanding with his position. And if you don't feel, you feel like you cannot take it, then don't engage in a connection with him, because there's not going to be much he can do, even though he would want to. The traits, the archetype's companion, definitely he's a very loving guy. He's someone that for him to be in a relationship is to have projects together, probably to live together, to be 24/7 together. Probably he's that kind of partner that he's always like, he wants to be next to his partner, wants to do things together. He's very couple orientated. He needs his other part. He needs his other person, and he's like, okay, like do we do this together? Like do we sign up for this? And maybe this also has to do with some, maybe him being so tight with the other person, so close, and always trying to find a moment to be with that person, that also can put him in places of risk where he can get caught, because it seems like he always thinks about, like, I'm going to go and see my person, and I'm going to go and hang out with them, and I don't care what time it is, I'm going to do it. So he has a bit of the codependency. Yes, he does have it. He's like, if he's in a relationship, it's for him to be with that person. It's like, he doesn't believe in love at distance, like love, a lover far away, like, oh, we cannot see, no, he's like, no, it's not for me. Like, I will go and find you. I will go, I don't care if I have to drive a lot of hours, if I have to go and take a plane to go and see you, I will go and be with you, because I'm your partner. So I will go and be with you. Presence is very important for Baekhyun. He's like, I will show up, no one will stop me, I will go, and I will go and be with you. It says loyalty, tenacity, and lack of egotism. So yeah, he's all for his partner, And I think that probably this is a part that probably there's some fans or people that criticize him, that probably he's the kind of lover that once he is in a relationship, it seems like he bases his whole personality into the person that he's dating. So probably for the fans, you know, they notice these small details and they don't like it. They don't like that. And probably this gives him away as well. You know, if they call him dating someone, it's because he loves to show off, or he does things that sort of points as like, oh, he's not alone, he's with someone. Because he has the soul of a companion. He loves, like, and honestly, it makes sense, because why would you be in a stable relationship if it's not to be their companion? Like, and rescuer, definitely, yeah, support, strength, and strength to people in crisis. Very selfless, also someone that they want to protect their partners. They want to listen to their problems. You know, it's like, I can change you, I can save you. Like, what do you need? Like, if you have, like, he's like the guy that he's very determined to make their partner's life better. He probably can attract, you know, people that can have a tendency of, you know, if they are depressed or if they have some problems at home or with their families, you know, and he can actually start the connection, just being this very good friend that he listens to you, and he's always. This is why we have the card of companionship, because he shows interest, because he shows up and he's there. And probably he has a thing for people that are a bit broken or are a bit, like, you know, sad, or they just have it tough and they get very stressed, and he's like, you know, here, a shoulder to cry on. This is my shoulder. Rely on me. I can save you. You know, he's like this. He's so sweet, poor guy. Yeah, and Prince. Definitely, he's very romantic. Very romantic. It's like he doesn't care if you had been engaged, or if you had been in the same relationship for 8 years. He's always going to have these very romantic details, you know, always paying attention to details, you know, making you feel special. He's very romantic, and he just doesn't, he's not afraid to show love nor affection. He's so romantic. He can be so cheesy at the point that he's like too sweet. You know, when you're like, you know, you're being too much. He's like, I don't care. This is my love for you. This is mine. Oh my God, this is long. Okay. Oh my God, I hope I finish this after 4 hours. Oh my God, okay. I can do this. Okay. Twice Dahyun. Twice Dahyun. I can do this, guys, because if you remember, I went away. How many minutes have I been away? Because I was I was fighting with the ceiling. So, you know. Okay. For Dahyun, we start with artists. This is very hard. Messiahs. Another person that they make their partner and everyone's life better. She just has that shine. And hedonist. So definitely she wants a great life with her partner. She wants a simple, luxurious life. Like, and it's not about money. It's more about the now. Let's enjoy the now. And from the Icon of Love, she got the card of a new beginning. I don't know why this one reminds me of her. And do you see that there's this heart in the water? There's a heart under the water. A new beginning. Okay. It says, you are in front of a new beginning. Try asking yourself, what is the real light source that I call love? In this way, thanks to the impulse of love, you will approach your inner center and you will see your original nature, that intimate and deep flame that dwells in the depths of your being. Yeah, this this oracle is so complex as she is. Definitely, like, you know, the question for her is like, where is the real light source that I call love? In this way, thanks to the impulse of love, you will approach your inner center and you will see your original nature, that intimate and deep flame that dwells in the depths of your being. So I think that is very interesting because, yeah, I was noticing that the heart is like in the waters. Do you see that it's covered, is like in deep waters? So I think that there's something about her, like a potential stable relationship, what it has. It has the ability to help her go inside herself and her inner center. Probably she is, because her energy feels very expansive, I think that she is a very loving person, like she is very generous, she's very sensitive. But I think that it probably, like, she needs to experience a very stable and intimate connection for her to reach her inner center, the center of the self. I think that probably there's something about her not knowing herself very well yet, or just, you know, her energy being all over the place because she had always, like, worked with people and adapted to people and other people's energy, other people's personalities, other people's needs. So there's something about her energy feeling like very dispersed. You know, like it's everywhere. It's everywhere, but every time you want to find Jaejoong, you're like, where is she? Like, you know, where is the core of her? Where is she? You know, it seems like she gets lost in everyone. But I think that definitely she has the potential in this connection to start all over. You know, a new beginning probably means that maybe she had a stable relationship in the past. You know, these readings are not like for the future, are not premonitions. Is a dynamic. But I think that a new beginning is like, you know, a new relationship could actually help you again to connect with that you haven't been able to connect in the past. You know, it seems like she's still lost. You know, she still has to find herself in a connection. You know, it seems like in order for her to connect with someone intimately, she has to recognize her own desires and her own individuality, so she can stand in front of that special someone and be like, this is me. This is who I am. That is very different from the woman she is for the cameras or the group or what she has to do professionally. That's another entity that is dispersed. In the connection, she has to show herself. She has to show who she is. And I don't know why I get that. Probably if she had a connection in the past, probably like if they broke up or if there was some separation, it had to do because she didn't know herself intimately. Like she didn't know what she wanted. Like, yeah, she probably liked the person, she felt the attraction, it was fun, but it's like how does this make you feel? Like, how do you feel being here? What is it about this person that you like? What part of you feel good being with this person? What can you bring to the connection? Do you like what they bring to the connection? You know, being in a relationship, it challenges you to show your intimate self. But if you are splattered all over, there's no way you're going to be, because it's not like this is a show where you're going to be, oh, well, today I'm going to wear this mask for you. So yeah, we're going to be happy in this connection. No, because the person wants to see the real you. But where are you? You know, and probably also has to do with her just been working a lot. The girls have been working a lot. So, you know, until they don't have these very intimate connections, they cannot recognize what is lacking or what is not working for them. You know, they need to go through these experiences, even if they break up 3 weeks later or 9 weeks later or a month later. But these are important, because they can recognize, okay, what is my pattern? What is my behavior? How do I feel? Do I like this? Do I like this person? Do I like how I am with this person? Who am I? You know? She got the archetype of the artist, so definitely she's very fun in the connection, in a very stable connection. She is, probably she's going to feel more artistic. There's something about, like, does she release some individual works or some activities that it has to do with her individual talents? Because there's something about her becoming more artistic when she's in a connection. When she's in a relationship, it seems like this inspired her to become a better artist, a singular better artist, not so much like, you know, but I think that also being an artist is like probably her experiencing this connection or relationship. It also allows her to absorb other people's experiences, or maybe her lover's experiences, and being like, I'm going to write about you, or I'm going to write about what goes on with us. Not literally, but it's like I take from this connection. I take from this and I get inspired and I become a better artist. But definitely she cannot separate the artist of her being someone's partner. Definitely she will bring being an artist to the relationship. Either if she has to paint, or if she has to act, or if she has to sing, like she's going to bring her artistic, creative self to the relationship. It's not like she's going to, you know, act like, oh, a totally different Dahyun. No, she's going to keep acting like the artist. She's going to also bring originality and probably very fun times to the connection, making their partner laugh a lot. I sort of see her like entertaining them and making them laugh, because she has a very peculiar character. Definitely, she's so funny, she's so witty, she's so intelligent, and I think that she has this very expansive energy that you don't know exactly what you love about her, but you fall in love. It's like, but it's so weird because you don't know like where it comes from. You know, it feels like magic. It feels, this is why she has the messiahs. You know, she's so, and probably, you know, this is not just for her partner. She makes other people feel like this. You know, this is why I think that probably being in a connection, a stable relationship, is not going to change that much the Dahyun that we know. It's not going to make her change. All of a sudden, you're going to see her like, oh, she's so different from the one we used to know. No. She's going to still be the same person. It's just that probably the connection is going to help her connect a bit more with enjoying and slowing down in life. I think that definitely she needs to slow down a bit, you know, get out of this very magical being, you know, the artists and the messiahs, and just being this very magnetic person, and just being surrounded by people, you know, the hedonist is like, let's enjoy. Like I told you when I first pulled this card, it's like having a partner that you can just watch Netflix with and just like lay in the couch and just like eat your favorite snacks and your favorite food and just like not worry, not thinking like, oh, I have to go to the studio, I have to go on rehearsal, I have to go and do this, I have to go on a diet, I have to, it's like enjoy, like actually become hedonist, sort of become ambitious for living a slow and pleasant life. That is very important for her to connect with her desires, for her to connect with what she really likes, what she really likes, and just enjoy it without guilt. Enjoy life. Yeah, someone that can cook. I don't know why I think it. Someone that can cook. Someone that can cook her delicious meals. And probably gives a good massage. Someone like this. Okay, I'm going to continue with Treasure Kim Do-yeon. That we had seen him in Shining Solo, in Treasure's show. We have seen him with all his mighty abilities and talents. He's so charming. Another one that is a healer. Okay, he got from the archetypes, he got the archetype of mentor. So definitely he's someone that he talks about life and what he had learned, very philosophical, very Sagittarius of him. He got healer, and he got slave. Then from the Oracle of the I Ching, he got the card of engagement. Let's see. Okay, for Kim Do-yeon, engagement. The Oracle speaks of the union of essential forces, so the prophecy is a happy one. Be receptive to this state of affairs. Simply let what is happening by its nature happen. Actually it says that probably he has the potential that this stable relationship that we are sort of seeing in this dynamic, and his behavior and his traits could develop into an engagement, an official engagement with someone. So yeah. Starting with the mentor, yes, like I said, yeah, transmits a wisdom and perfectionist the character of the pupil. So yeah, I think that probably, he probably enters the relationship like something like someone that knows everything. Probably he's very communicative and he knows what he talks about, and he sounds older than his age. He probably, when he talks about his view of life and also with the mentor archetype, I think that he probably does this to conquer someone. He probably gets on this mentor archetype to impress the person and be like, I'm so, I know about life. And he probably is like, he wants to transmit his knowledge, and he feels very good, or he feels very good in himself when he feels like the other person takes his advice. For example, he's like, from experience, like, if you do this, you're going to get a better result. So, there's something about probably he he feels better. You know, he feels so much better when he's listened to and when his ideas are being considered. Definitely, definitely. He feels like he has won, you know, and there's something about him just feeling very good inside. And also the healer, I think that definitely he has a very, also in connections, there's something about him probably feeling very intuitive when he's with the person that he loves or the person that he has this very stable connection, like when he sees someone like all the time, and there's something about him getting used to the person's energy and sort of knowing, you know, what is going on with them. Probably his power of observation at the same time, you know, him being like, are you okay? Do you need anything? You know, but he could be a healer. He could be a healer. He could have this very sweet and just someone that he's like, you know, I'm just going to, I don't know, give you a hug, or I'm just going to give you a massage. And then, you know, eventually his partner starts to notice that there's some healing happening. So definitely these are very, the people that got healer, definitely these are very, it's not just about being skillful, it's also about the power of love. You know, for me, definitely the healer is not so much like, oh, I have the gift of healing. I think that it has to do with the power of love, that when you really see your loved one, your special someone going through something, and maybe you just give them a hug, or you just, I don't know, say a prayer if you want to, or you just touch their heads, or I don't know, you just give them a massage or a kiss, you know, and somehow you are helping them feel better and you are transmuting their energy with the power of love. So yeah, maybe the healing comes from this, you know, for him being able to do this for his loved one. Then the archetype of a slave, it says, submit to their power of the power of choice to the divinity of absolute trust. So in this, I don't feel so so positive about this card. Because I think that there's something about Doyeon that I think that he could easily be fooled. Because I think that there's something about him entering the connection just, you know, being very intelligent, very bright, you know, just very, just a very bright person, you know, just very like observant and intelligent and wise. But it seems like the more he probably has like a stable connection with someone, somehow he starts losing himself in the connection. You know, the slave sort of gives me that probably he loses a bit of his initial, it's not identity, but I think of his independence, and it's like, he's the kind of guy that he would be like, okay, I will ask my partner what they think about this, and then, you know, I will let you know. He sort of like relies a lot, especially to make very important decisions. He is more like, I'm going to ask my partner, you know, if they say yes, I'm going to say yes as well, which can be good because there's something about him being a bit submissive, you know, like him, you know, not being that aggressive, you know, him sort of understanding that sometimes in connections you have to submit or you have to be a bit much more humble to get to an agreement. But here, slave, I think that he's more like, you know, whatever my partner decides, I'm happy with that, you know. So I don't know. I think that there could be a bit of him getting a bit like blind, you know, by how in love he is, or, you know, I don't know why I get that this is the type of person that you can actually get him to fall in love with you if you praise him a lot, or if you tell him like, oh, you're so smart, you're so wise, you're the best, you know, everything, you know, and he gets so, like, he really like takes the compliment, or he really takes your support, and he's like, wow, you know, they are so nice, they really like me, you know, they really accept me, oh my, like, you know, they're so nice, I'm going to trust them. And I think that the more he enters the connection, the more sensitive he becomes, you know, like it seems like he becomes like a softie, you know, like he starts very, very secure, just very like talkative, that he knows about this and this, and then he just becomes a softie at the end. You know, he surrenders to his partner. But yeah, with the kind of engagement, definitely, probably, you know, his ambition, maybe he ambitions to be engaged at some point in his life. Maybe he wants engagement, he wants to get married at some point. And this is why he has the archetype of a slave, because he understands that he has to, you know, surrender to what the partner wants, you know. If you thank you, Fluffy. Okay, now I'm going to continue with Treasure Jihun. Sometimes I suck at this Korean name pronunciation, and any other pronunciation I struggle so much. But well, then I'm going to leave you the timestamps, guys, so you know who I'm talking about. Oh wow, so proper, so proper, so like such a gentleman. Like I get gentleman vibes. Okay, for Treasure Jihun, we start with the card of Guide. Gentleman. I say gentleman, but this is not gentleman. This is knight. But I translated it like, because in Spanish it can also be gentleman, this word, but it's knight. But he can also be a gentleman. This is why I said it. And a student. And from the Oracle of I Ching, we have the card of sex. So definitely for him, it's sex. It's sex. He enjoys sex in the connection, and I think that that's very important. It's a very important part of a connection, and none of them got it before. So you know, like it's not that it's the most important, but it actually is important. Is important. It says, at the beginning of a union, love is sexuality. To evolve, it is necessary to abandon oneself to the simplest game of love. This is the invitation of the Oracle. Yeah, I think that definitely it has to do that probably this stable connection, it starts with sex. It starts like something like sexual, and then it develops into something else. So yes, maybe for him it starts like this. It starts with a very heavy sexual attraction and a sexual like encounter, and then it starts to develop into a very stable connection. But yeah, you know, maybe it has to do that there has to be some sexual like compatibility for him to be like, okay, this is stable, or I like that my relationship started like this. But yeah, starting with the archetype of guide, I think that definitely he's like another one. You know, like I remember I read for Doyoung before, and he got the mentor archetype, and Jihun also got the guide. So there's something about him also being someone that he guides others. He guides others, and maybe in a stable relationship, a committed relationship, he's still going to be the guide in the relationship. He's still going to be the one that is going to set the rules, is going to be the one that is going to be like, okay, we are going to move forward with this connection, or this is the movement that we're going to do in this connection. You know, it's necessary for us to do this and this and this. So yeah, he could actually like come with a bit of structure. You know, he's sounding like a teacher, or sounding like he is like, you know, like someone that is like telling you what to do, and this is how we're going to do things. But yeah, this is probably the way he lives life. You know, he's sort of used to be of guide to others, and he uses this in the connection as well. He doesn't mean like bad, like his intentions are clear, but I think that he's probably the one that is like, okay, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this way, because I believe that this is the best way to start the connection, and I think that we should do this. I think that every important conversation is going to start from his part. Probably it's going to sound like very professional, and it's going to sound serious, but I think that definitely he's a very serious guy. At least initially, it sounds like he's very serious, and there's something about him just wanting. First of all, he wants to start the connection, just delivering the right message and being very clear with the person about like, okay, we are official, or we are starting this stable connection, and this is what we can expect. This is what I want from you, and this is what you need from me. Okay, let's do this. But he brings a structure to something that, yeah, is romantic, but I think that he feels from his experience of like, from him having this archetype of guide, he feels the responsibility to guide the other person into this connection, and maybe also giving them a heads up, like, okay, if you are in connection with me, be prepared, because this is going to happen. This is external to the connection, but be prepared, because dating me is not easy, or I have these priorities. So I think that I could also see like a contract in the middle. But I think that he's very honest, and definitely he does it because he's taking responsibility. Probably because also for him, his image is very important. So this is why he's sort of like letting the person know, like, okay, if you want to be with me, you have to know that this is how I'm going to conduct myself, and this is what I expect from you. So yeah. Okay. From the knight archetype, it says loyalty, romance, and yeah, being a gentleman. It says gentleness, love, the honor. Yeah, he's so honored. Like, he's so like. There's something about him just being very like. There's something about him in honorifics. I don't know. He's so honored, like so like, oh, it's all about the honor. Like he's so loyal. He is romantic. He is romantic, but at the same time, he's traditional. I think that his mindset is very traditional. It seems like that for him, things have to happen in a certain order. But he's committed. Definitely, he's committed. It's like he has aspirations and goals for the relationship. It's not like he can be spontaneous in the connection. I think that for him, it's important to have from the beginning to have very important conversations to reach to a level of understanding. So the other part doesn't get confused about why they are with him. And I think that also it has to do with him, probably, it has to do with him, I don't know, maybe in the future he wants to, not just because he's an idol, but maybe in the future he wants to own his own business, or maybe he wants to be a politician, or maybe he wants to buy his own company. And for him, it's like, okay, if we have this relationship, we have to agree and talk about certain things, because, I'm planning to make smart decisions in my life, so I hope we are on the same page. And here it says a student, so definitely he counts in the beginning is very structured, but at the same time, with the kind of a student, he is a guy that he enjoys this connection, and he enjoys the lessons that this connection bring him. So it says humility and devotion for knowledge, willing to be learning all his life. So definitely, he is also someone that probably he's very interested in his partner, or he shows interest in his partner's personality, or in what makes them happy, what motivates them, what he can do to be a better lover, a better partner. So he's curious. It's not that the man thinks that he knows everything. It's not like he's like, okay, I'm going to pull all the strings and you're going to do what I say. But I think that for him, the beginning has to be very clear, because I don't know if he doesn't want to, either he doesn't want to be with someone that doesn't have like, a reliable personality. Maybe he just doesn't like people that that you know seems very that they are not very trustworthy, or that they are lying, or they are unstable. You know, he's like, you know, I cannot have this in my life, so we better, you know, put it into words now before we start. You know, and definitely because we have the card of sex, so probably, you know, all this talk at the beginning probably has to do with them. Maybe they start the connection feeling a lot of sexual attraction to each other, so there has to be one of them that has to put, like, you know, sort of being a bit like much more cold and detached, and be like, yeah, we have amazing chemistry, like I really like you, you are amazing, but let's talk commitment, let's talk about this relationship. But he's very humble. He's very humble. It's just that probably initially he's a bit, the way he communicates, he can seem a bit like, are you bossing me around? Like, like he seems very cold, you know. Okay. I'm going to continue with Monsta X Minhyuk. Monsta X Minhyuk. Another one that he got healer. And another one that he got, another Scorpio that he got natural child. Natural child. Oh, okay. Okay, we start for Monsta X Minhyuk. We have natural child, mediator. This is so Minhyuk. This is so Minhyuk. I don't know why it gives me Libra and Gemini placement, and healer. Healer. And from the Oracle of the I Ching of Love, we have the card of contemplation. Contemplation. So another person that definitely he takes a while, probably, you know, to be in a connection, in a stable connection. It sort of guides him to think and reflect a lot about himself, and also to make a pause, because probably it has to do with the way he lives life, you know, that probably he thinks that he is a very reflective person, or that he has a lot of ideas, and that he's very in tune with what's going on. But actually, the connection, it seems, it allows him to really connect with who he really is, you know, outside of the idol. Okay, contemplation. It says, within the Taoist doctrine, this hexagram as a whole represents the worldview of the wise man. Hwan is objectless attention, not limited by the ego. In practice, it is meditation, the other side of love. Learn to include it in your game of life. I'm going to read it again, guys, because it sounded very weird. Within the Taoist doctrine, this hexagram as a whole represents the worldview of the wise man. Hwan is objectless attention, not limited by the ego. In practice, it is meditation, the other side of love. Learn to include it in your game of life. So, yeah, this is what I was saying. I believe that there's something about, maybe for Minhyuk, there's something about a potential stable relationship finally allowing him to contemplate life, contemplate the way he is with others, the intimacy, how does he feel, how does he feel being intimate with someone, being stable with someone, what do you like, what don't you like, you know. I think that also, there's something also about his energy, just all his life being very on survival mode. I would say, very hyper stimulated by the flashing lights and the fame and the risk of losing everything and then having it back and then, fearing losing it again. And all changes and everything is now. Okay. The camera is on. Okay, the character is back. I have to bring smiles to people. I have to be witty. I have to be smart. I have to show a positive attitude. I have to watch out for what I say. I have to look beautiful. I have to be sexy. I have to be entertaining. So see, Minhyuk energy feels very heavy on the like what is going on that you cannot stop. And I think that probably, the card of contemplation, probably it means a state that probably he's transiting now with the military. There's something about him probably, his priorities are changing, his mindset is changing, he's probably learning to, take a day at a time and not so much focus on like, okay, what is going on with my career, what is going on with us, what is going on with the others. And a natural child, like I said for Sangyeon, he is a lover of pets, animals, plants, children. He has this sensitivity. He loves it. He probably, when it comes to maybe having a pet, if he doesn't have a pet yet, maybe, if he has a stable partner, just like them living together and him being able to have his own garden and have his own pets. I think that he really there's something about him being able to reconnect with nature and connect with his own magic, so probably he loves animals very much. He loves children and he loves plants, and there's something about him being around them that it makes him feel rejuvenated. And probably for him to be living in the countryside, maybe also this could be very healing for him to go back. I don't know if he is from a province. I don't know where he is from. But there's something about him, always being connected with this natural child. He probably, if he's not from the city, he probably will always be this, he's not a country guy, but he will always prefer to go back to the natural ways. He's very sensitive to nature, and I think that nature and just being able to walk on dirt and to connect with animals and just smell fresh air, it allows him to connect with. I cannot talk, guys. Like when I connect with his energy, I feel like I cannot catch my breath. And this is not because I'm talking fast. It's because I feel like I cannot stop when I talk about him. I feel so like I cannot stay quiet, because if I stay quiet, I get sad. I don't know. It feels weird. But it feels like, okay, if I stop talking, I get sad. It's weird. Okay. Mediator. It says, possess a gift to negotiate fairly and strategically in the personal life and professional. They respect both parties in a discussion. So again, I think that this in the connection, yeah, I think that this is okay. Probably, Minhyuk, there's something about him. He has the ability with people and with words. So if his partner has some issues with people or has some issues with his people, his family, or her partner's family, like his partner's family, like there's something about him always being in the middle and fixing things. He's like always fixes things. It's like he's the spokesperson. Like, okay, you had an argument with this person. Okay, I will go and talk to them. And then like I have an issue with this, I will go and talk to this person. So I think that definitely he has the power with his voice to, I think that my phone is dying, guys. Can you see me? I think that my phone is dying. but because it got dark, my screen. Can you see me? But well, I'm going to continue. Okay, because my screen got dark, and I was like, okay. So yeah, for Mediator, definitely feels like I don't know. I think that this could be a good thing because he tries to be good with everyone. It's good for family drama, because he's like always in the middle trying to make everyone happy. But at the same time, I think that this is a distraction, because probably, if your partner is mad at someone of their family, is their issue, not yours. You don't have to go around and fix other people's. And probably he also talks a lot, so he sort of brings and then delivers another kind of gossip. So Mediator can be good, but at the same time, I think that he focuses too much on what the others outside of the relationship are saying or doing instead of focusing on what's going on with his own relationship. I think that Mediator is a bit of like he puts a lot of external value like on the external side. It's like, oh, like my mother don't approve of my partner. My partner don't approve of my father. So it's like everyone's business, and he's in the middle, and he's aware because he listens. So he's aware of everyone's issue, and he's like trying to be, just at peace with everyone. And sometimes that's not possible. There's always going to be some issues, some drama. With the card of the healer, obviously he has the potential to, like I said, to touch their lover, to heal them, to transmute their pain. I don't know why I get that there's something about their partner also being very sensitive, probably getting upset at him, I would say. They get upset or they get frustrated with certain things about the connection. But he's always there to reassure them and be like, we're going to be better. We're going to be fine. Like, I'm here for you. I want to be better as well. I think that there's definitely a need in Minhyuk to get this level of, intimacy. I think that he wants to make this relationship work. Maybe the Mediator is putting a lot of effort, like the Mediator is sort of getting in the way, like in the middle, literally. I think that he's trying too much to please everyone, and probably can cause some damage in the connection because it doesn't seem like that intuitive. It's like the intimate, it seems like there's other people's drama inside. But I think that with the healer, he has the potential to heal this. So yeah, definitely. Okay, guys, I don't know if I'm able. Oh no, I have to end this, guys. I have one